Mike, Whiskey 3, Victor Juliet, Hotel Bravo 9, Echo Kilo Papa. November Kilo Juliet, Apeldoorn, Centrum of the Netherlands. Mike, Whiskey 3, Victor Queen, Juliet, Papa Charlie 7, Echo Quebec. Mike, Whiskey 3, Victor Queen, Japan. The name is Graham, Golf, Romeo, Alpha, Hotel Alpha Mike. And my QGH is Northwest Wales in the UK. Back to you.
Hello, Chickabee. Let me turn on the light over here. Just doing some FTA, DMR. I was on the FMDX web server. I put the ticker, the announcement bar. So I was editing it and all that. So now I have an announcement bar now. So in there, I just put, welcome to the server, blah, 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 blah. I put, the rules, the rules. And then I put a link to my channel so people can, click on it. And maybe I get a couple of more people coming to my channel. So, then I was tweaking it. I put a couple of emojis on it. I put a little Santa emoji. I put a radio emoji. And I put in front of the banner, I put a train. Because I love trains. So it looks like the train is running through the... Yeah. Anyway, let me load this down. I just made contact with someone from Thailand. So I didn't have Thailand. So now I got Thailand on 70 centimeter. Confirmed. New country. Yay. Thailand. Yay. So I got my 12 days of QRZ so far. Well, I got day 6. I need 12 days to get an award for QRZ. So that's what I'm doing. Of course, that's the map up there for FT8. So you can see right now Europe, everything's going to Europe. Let me see if we show you. Let's see FT8. So that's 10 meters right now. So I'm being heard mostly in Europe. So there you go. Let me try to put it let me put it up a little bit. Maybe it'll focus a little better. Yeah, right there. Right there. Maybe if I turn off this light and turn on the other light. Let me see. Let me see, that's better. Yeah, maybe one day you go for the technician license. It's not that hard. It's not you smart. You know enough. You know enough radio stuff that I think you can pass the technician exam. You just got to study a couple of more things, and that's it. And then you get a call sign. This is technician license. So this is there's 3 levels. Of course, you know what they are: technician, general, and extra. Right now, I'm a technician. I've been a technician now for over 3 years now. So this is 10 meters. 10 meter band. 28 megahertz. You don't need a super duper expensive radio. I was doing 10 meters with my Xiegu G90. And that's about a $400 radio. And then you need, of course, a power supply and a long piece of wire, basically. And it tuned. This one has an auto tuner. And 20 watts though. This one is up to 20 watts, the G90. I made a lot of contacts with the G90. FTA. The reason why I like FTA, and the reason why I like FTA because it's all computer. It's geeky stuff. You gotta know how to set up the software and all that. See, that's why I like FTA. It's more geeky stuff. Plus, you don't need a strong signal to be heard all around the world. You can work FTA with 5 watts. You don't need much power. You could. Most of my contacts was 20 watts. Of course, I'm running 100 because I'm trying to get a few more Trying to get real distant countries or countries that I don't get, that I need. I'm trying to get as many countries. Right now, I'm up to 163 countries that I contacted. 100 QRZ has about 138 confirmed. That's not bad. Of course, if I want to talk voice, I could talk voice also, on 10 meters, but it's just a narrow portion. Sometimes I talk voice single sideband. If when I get my general, I can do more on voice. But I DMR you can do with a tech license, with technician license. So DMR is you can talk all around the world. You don't need you connect to your repeater, DMR repeater, and then you can talk to anybody around the world. Or you get a hotspot like I do. I have a hotspot, which is right here. Let me move this out of the way. So I bought mine for about $50 on AliExpress. That little box right there with antenna, that's my hotspot. That's connected to the internet. So my radio talks to that, and then that goes to over the internet. And then I can talk to anybody around the world, which is cool too. That's another thing. Especially someone like me, I don't like to talk a lot. So I kind of have to. So that actually got rid of the shyness. So I talked to a lot of people on DMR and actually helped me out. So when I would talk on single sideband, I already knew the protocol, things like that. Like for example, always, always got to say your call sign, do the phonetic spelling, like my call sign is Kilo Delta 2, Zulu Zulu Echo. So you have to, you got the phonetic alphabet. You know what I'm talking about. All that stuff is, you'll learn it. It's not that difficult. And it's fun. It's fun. Actually, it is fun. It's fun. It's fun to talk to people around the world. And you'd be surprised how many people talk better English. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people talk better English than we do. Well, now I talk pretty good English, but I mean the people that I know around here, that's what I should say. I know a lot of people around this area, and they don't talk English as well as some people. The guy in Thailand I just spoke to, his English was pretty good. He had a little accent, but it's okay because that's a universal language for amateur radio is English. So even if you talk to someone in Japan, most likely they're gonna speak English. Obviously, it's rarely you're gonna speak to someone that don't know the language at all. Usually they speak to themselves. Like they have groups on DMR where they speak to each other in their language. But if you go in there, you could announce it and they still talk to you in English. Although some probably won't, But you get the gist of it. It is fun though. It is fun. It's fun. I wish I could have done this years ago, to be honest. So, there's a kid in Florida. He just got his extra almost a year ago now, about 6 or 7 months ago. I forgot what it was. He has a YouTube channel, but I can't remember. I don't remember his call sign now. He's only 12 years old. Right now he's 13 probably now. 13 years old. He got his extra. He got his first license. He did it all in almost a year. He got his technician license when he was around 11, I believe, almost 12. Then when he was 12, he got a general. And then recently he got his extra. He's a very smart kid. He lives in Florida. I think he's from Pensacola, Florida. So he has a channel, but I think they took down his channel because of the age thing. The same thing that you kind of went through. He lost his channel because of the age thing. And then he got it back now. He got another channel now. But I think that channel is, with the parent, or I forgot who he's living with. I think he's living with a grandparent or something. Anyway, but he's 12 years old, 13 now, and he got his extra. I don't think I'm ever gonna get it. Yeah. And that's crazy. I don't know, about 4 years old. I don't know. I mean, I heard as low. I heard stories as low as 8. I don't know about 4. I gotta look that one up. That's way, But I'm talking about. I heard story. I think I heard the story that there was an 8-year-old that passed it. That passed actually. I think it passed all 3 or something like that. I had to look that up. Who's the youngest ever passed all 3? But this kid, he did it all in 1 year. So he did. I think he got the technician and the general on the same. I don't know if it was on the same day. He might have got the technician and the. No, he got the technician, and then a few months later, he got his general, and then about another 6 or so months, he got his extra. And he's a smart kid. He been on my live stream a couple of times, but like I said, he lost his original channel because YouTube has a thing about if you're under 18 or whatever. I think under 16. I think in his case, since he was doing live stream, and of course there's a lot of adults that go in the live stream. I don't know what happened. He lost the channel, and he now he has another channel. I don't remember the call sign. And he does a lot of voice. He does a lot of he likes single sideband a lot. Me, I don't want to talk too much. I'm the opposite. I got into amateur radio because I like this aspect of it, and eventually I would like to learn Morse code, CW. That's more my thing. I don't want to be talking all the time. I just don't have the. I just don't have. I just don't want to do it. I do it once in a while, but I don't. That's not my thing. I know. What it was last week? No, a couple of weeks ago, I went to another live stream, and I got couple of new countries, and I announced it, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's great, FTA, but it's boring," like, that really annoyed me, and that's why I haven't been back on that live stream because one day you say, you're back, you're going after FTA haters, but then you sound like FTA hater, not you, but the guy that I'm talking about. So that kind of said, you know what, I'm done with this guy. He tries to appease too much to the stream. Like, they usually what they do is they wind up ganging up on somebody, and I don't like that. I don't like that mentality. You know, um, I got into amateur radio only because I've been doing this radio channel for a couple of years, whatever it was. At that time it was like I think 5 years into the channel. So I was meaning to do it for a while because a couple of YouTubers got their license too. So I started getting the itch, like, you know what? And some people told me, Danny, just go get your technician license at least. Because you're smart enough, you pass the test. And I did pass it with no problem. It wasn't that difficult. But now the general, it's a little more for me, only because I just don't, I got, I'm a busy man. I'm a very busy man now. I'm doing a lot of stuff around the house. My son is getting older now. My son needs more of my attention. That's very important to me to spend that time with my son. And one day he's gonna be grown up, and then you're never gonna get that time back. So that's why it's important for me. Yeah. At some point I'll get it, but I'm in no hurry to get it. I enjoyed the VHF UHF stuff. I enjoyed DMR. I would like to do satellite, like satellite. Talk to the ISS and all that. I would like to do that. Those things like that. I think those things are cool. Well, there's a lot of stuff you could do with technician license. You don't have to get a general. You don't have to. You really don't have to. You look at my QRZ. I have a lot of contacts all over the world without a general. I know you got these old timers or whatever. They think that the general is the best thing since sliced bread, but I don't think it. I think, and I think what's gonna happen eventually is they're gonna have to open up HF more for technicians, because if you want to keep the ones if you want to keep people like us interested in the hobby, at some point they're gonna have to open it up. like give us a little more voice privileges on some of the HF bands because unlike me, there is a lot of technicians that they get their technician license and they'll use it for like about a few months to maybe a year, and then they'll just get bored and they'll never come back to the hobby and they won't renew the license, and that's the ones you need to keep. Not everybody. The problem with the license now is kind of outdated. It's kind of outdated. Like, I'll give you an example. I don't care about all the functions in the radio. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to fix my radio. You know, I just want to. I'm an operator, right? You're an operator. So why do all this stuff has to be in the test about? You know, you understand? It's kind of outdated now. I am not going to try to fix a $1,500 radio or a $1,200 radio. No way I'm going to open up this radio. There's no way I'm going to do anything on this radio. It's 12. I paid about $1,300. I forgot what it was. I am never going to mess with this radio inside. It's never going to happen. So I think the test is outdated. I think they need to revamp the tests, all the tests, and make it more today. I'm sorry. And I think that's what happened. I think, so these, I'm not speaking for myself because, I am getting up there too. I'm talking about the real old timers. As they all pass on, hate to say it, the new generation doesn't care. They don't care about all that. They don't care about opening up a radio and fixing it. They just don't care about it. Radio equipment now is a lot cheaper. It's not as it's not as super expensive as it once was. You understand? Now you can get a very good quality radio for under, $500. You understand? I'm talking about a transceiver. Like the G90. The G90 is a great radio, a great transceiver for under even $400. So those days are gone where you have to open, I think they're gone for most people. Because they did, the stuff that's still out there is dealing with vacuum tubes and all that. That is no longer that's the case. Radios are getting, by the way, also transceivers are getting smaller and smaller. So even if you know how to solder, we're talking about, very tiny, components. There's no way you're gonna be able to, I know I'm not gonna do it. And I don't care for that. But yeah. Hello, Blue Book D6X. I know now. I see that we have the handles today again. I think this is thing. I don't know if this is here to stay now with the handles. The YouTube handles now as the name. I was on a live stream last night on a model railroad channel, and I noticed that too. And I was talking to some other guy about that, another model railroad YouTuber, and it's kind of annoying the handle thing because like I know Chicopee Radio is Chicopee Radio, Chicopee Radio 2009 1, or my case is my radio handle is the same as my channel name, but some radio handles are very convoluted, and I don't know why YouTube is doing that. They should just keep the channel, whatever your name is on that channel. They should not mess with that. But YouTube is always trying to change things. Let me turn on this little light over here. My LED light. Let me put it over here in the background. Let me see, that helps a little bit. Yeah, that's a little better. Let me see what's going on now. Okay. Anyway, I'm just going to call CQ. All right. There you go. She was talking over here. Cyprus. Let me see the guy from Cyprus.
Yeah, W1YZ. How do you read them?
All right.
I guess I want to read the W1YZ.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to leave the FMDX web server for a few more days. Definitely over the weekend. But I saw another YouTuber. He made a video of the Yonkers band scan, which is kind of cool. I like that. I was cool. So I went to his channel and I put a comment on his video. And I need to make a note of that. Like when you tune on medium wave on the FMDX web server, you know, if you try to tune up and down, is by default. Let me lower this stuff. Sorry, it does 9 kilohertz spacing. I wish they would fix that on the plugin because you know, I wish you could switch it to 10 kilohertz because that's what we have here. But when you tune with the up and down on medium wave on the FMDX web server is by default is 9 kilohertz, and you can't change that. I try to go in the code and try to edit it, and there's no way. I don't know how to do that. I just don't, you know. Like I was looking and looking and looking. I said, you know what? So I guess the person that made that plugin, whoever you know, the maker of that plugin, people reached out to him already, and they said, listen, can you do the 10 kilohertz version of that plugin? So I check once in a while. I go on Discord and then I go to see if the guy updated it, but he hasn't done it. Not that I know of. He hasn't updated to include the 10 kilohertz spacing. So when you go into my FMDX web server, if you want to do like the medium wave, I would do it manually. So for example, if you're gonna go like to 770 WABC, you would just type 0.770 and then hit enter. And then you go 770. Because if you try to go up and down, like I said, it's 9 kilohertz spacing, you're gonna miss it. So that's what the kid was doing when he made the video. He was just going up and down with the so he was not, he was tuning, but he was not getting the 10 kilohertz. He was doing it was 9 kilohertz spacing. So so I left that note for him. I left a comment. I said, listen, when you do medium wave scan, just manually, you're gonna have to manually type it in. So, like for example, if you want to go like to 1010 wins, it will be 1.010 and then press enter. So 1.01 megahertz, right? Yeah. So there you go. So that's what you have to type in the radio, in the browser, because until they fix that issue, that's the way it's gonna be. On shortwave, you can just go up and down because it automatically does the 5 kilohertz spacing and all that. So on shortwave is okay. But if you do medium wave, you have to, do the manual stuff, because if you go up and down, it's just 9 kilohertz spacing, which kind of, blows. But so I'm hoping he fixes it, sooner than later. But it's been a few months already. So maybe somebody will finally mod it and fix it. Because I tried, I looked in the code and I have no idea. I haven't done coding. I haven't done serious coding in many years. So I just don't have the patience for it anymore. Just doing the simple banner right now. Although it was pretty simple. I know HTML. HTML is pretty simple. The emojis, I never did emojis or HTML. So I had to look that up. And I saw the emoji codes. So I put it in the banner. If you go to, okay, let me log in this guy. This guy, okay, let me log in this guy. So, I didn't know that there's HTML, and that's how long I haven't done websites and all that. I used to, I used to code HTML and all that many years ago. And I was a webmaster, web admin. Of course, I ran my own websites for many years. But it's been quite a while, a long time since I've done actual HTML coding again. Because everything now is, like WordPress. You just type in stuff and it just does it for you. So you don't have to actually know. You don't have to know JavaScript or all that stuff anymore. If you really just doing content, if you like you're blogging or whatever, you don't have to know all that stuff now. But okay, let me see. Wait a minute. So I was like, yeah, can I put emojis on this banner? So I figured it out. I went to a website and it gave me all the emoji codes, and you just type it in there in the code, and then it displayed it. So that's pretty cool. So I need to test out different browsers to see if it displays it, because some browsers act funnier than others when it comes to that. Okay, so let me go here. Okay, let me log this. Let me log this guy in. -1. I have to do it manually now because I lost the membership. I didn't renew my membership for the QRZ, so I'm not gonna renew it now. So I had to do it manually. Otherwise, I would just do one click and it does all of them. But now I have to do it manually. All right, there you go. All right, so let me see FMDX server. Let me go here. FMDX server. Let me go there. 404. So let me log in here. So I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of hard to see from. You see the scrolling banner now, the ticker. Well, it's hard to see up close because I got to do this on when I'm knocking everything over. And it's not gonna be able to focus, unfortunately, because my hand is shaking like a crazy. So you see somebody's tuning on 540. Now they're on 660. So you see the frequency the way it is? That's the way you gotta put it. 0.660. If you try to go up and down on the frequency arrows, it'll go to 9 kilohertz spacing. So they need to fix that. Anyway, so the banner up there, you see the ticker banner? That's the announcement bar. So I just added that this morning. So I was playing around with the code for that. So it has a couple of emojis on there. Like in the beginning of the banner, there's a train. And then as you're scrolling, there's when the word radio comes up in the middle, I put an emoji of a radio. And then at the end, when I say happy holidays, I put the little Santa emoji. So it looks pretty cool. And then I have my link, the channel. So if you click on it, it goes to my channel. So I fixed that up. Now I spent about an hour doing that. So I'm gonna try to leave it as long as I can. I'm not gonna leave it on 24/7 for days at a time anymore. I'll do it over the weekend, and then let me see on Monday how I feel. I'll let her. If not, I'll bring it down, and then I'll bring it back next weekend or something. But I don't want to have it 24/7 anymore, running for weeks at a time. I'm not doing that no more. Only because, first of all, electricity. There's a lot of things I'm running. Two, it's just not worth the hassle dealing with. Like so far so good. Everybody's been behaving, for the most part. Although I heard some recent things that happened. I don't want to get into that, but my thing is, I say it all the time. It's a privilege, when somebody posts, when I do stuff like this for radio, I'm serving my radio. It's a privilege. You go in there, enjoy it, But some people seems to, it seems like drama follows certain people, and it's a shame, It is. I go to I go to, believe me, even when I'm not here hosting this, I go around. I see what's going on. I know who I know what's going on. So when I go into, and I don't chat in any of them, I just go in there, I lurk, and then I'll read some stuff and okay, this I'm not gonna be in this chat. Too much drama going on, too much this and that. It's unfortunate. That's my impression of the FMDX world right now. Is I am I was I am well, I don't want to say I am because I really don't care. But I'm surprised the level of immaturity in the community. That's what I meant to say. You know, unlike amateur radio, but there is some idiots. Every hobby, every genre, whatever there's always going to be idiots. It's just you can't avoid them. But the reason why I brought up the server online because I want people to enjoy it. I still want people to enjoy it. I want people to enjoy it. Sometimes I get frustrated and I say, it's not worth it no more. No, I brought it back. Like, even though Chickabee asked me yesterday, I said, you know what? Thank you for reminding me because I brought it up. And I noticed SDR one, a lot of people connect to it the last 24 hours. So it's good to see that. And I like to see new servers. I like to see the one in Virginia. That was pretty cool. I went there yesterday. I went there last night and looked at it. But you gotta understand, people, that there's somebody behind this server that actually has to maintain it. That's when I do my server, I try to make it tight. When I mean by that, my design, I don't have I take pride in my server. I try to put all the usable plugins I can on it. It's not a sloppy ass server. Like I see some servers are very sloppy ass. That's not me, bro. I take pride in my stuff. I spent an hour just doing the code on that banner. All right, so I take pride in it. I look at it and say, you know what? Now it looks nice. I seen servers that look like a 10-year-old just threw it up there. Don't know what the hell they're doing. That's not me. I test that sucker out. So when people go in there and use my server, I expect the respect that I deserve. That's what I'm trying to say. If you're gonna go in there and you're gonna mess around, you're not gonna last long in that server. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's the problem. We got too many, immature people going around the servers. And that needs to stop. Because you're hurting the hobby. You're really hurting the hobby. I'm not gonna name names, but you know who you are out there with the drama. You need to stop. Y'all need to stop that. Because you're hurting the hobby. Right now, my impression of FMDXC is a lot of you are a bunch of fucking assholes. I'm gonna say it. I don't care if you don't like it, but I get the impression a lot of you are just fucking immature, little shit assholes. That's it. A lot of teeny boppers, and you're fucking up the hobby. You're fucking up the hobby. This guy that started this whole hobby, you should put him on a pedestal for bringing this hobby instead of berating him. Because I see some of the comments about the guy. So that's not cool, bro. You don't do that. The guy volunteers his time to make this project happen. And when you go on a tirade calling him names, that's not cool. That's not cool. That's not cool in my books. That's not cool in anybody's books. I'm telling you. I was doing a lot of reading last night and I saw a lot of stuff and I was like, wow. Not cool. You're hurting your own, you're hurting the hobby. That's what I tell people. That's why I do that. When I go into all these servers, I don't like to chat. I go in there, I want to listen. Like I'll go like the anyone. So let me pick Virginia. I'll go in there because I haven't been in there before. So I went in there, did a quick band scan. And that's it. I want to see what station is there, and then I got out. That's it. That's what I do 99% of the time. Once in a while, I'll leave a comment, say, "Oh, you have a nice server," or or whatever. That's it. I don't go in there to hang out all day. I don't do that. And I notice a few people do that. They go from one server to another. You're hurt. I'm telling you, you're hurting the hobby. You're hurting the project. Because I read a lot of stuff. I get emails about certain people. Yo, what should I do about this guy? What should I do about this one? And I tell them, listen, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do because if they have a VPN, there's nothing you can do. Can I shut off the chat? Yeah, I can shut off the chat. But I don't want that. That's not what I want. I don't want that. I like the chat. I like the chat. I like when people go in the chat and say hello to each other and be courteous. It's unfortunate. There's always that 1 or 2% that always messes it up for everybody else. I'm telling you. I believe in this project. It's a great project. Because of this project, I started doing FMDXing. I was not an FMDXer by any means. But because of this project, I started doing FMDXing. And for the first time in my life, this past summer, when I caught a few stations, distant stations, I was like a kid I was like a brand new kid in a candy store. I mean, like a kid in a candy store. I was so excited about oh my God, look, this is Tampa, Florida. Oh my God, you know what I mean? That good feeling that you get when you get something for the first time, And then I go into this chat, I go to this one, and I see drama. And this gotta stop. This drama gotta stop. Because you're hurting it. You're hurting overall, you're hurting the hobby. Because it left a bitter taste in my mouth after a few months. I said, that's why I shut it down. I finally shut it down. I said, you know what? And you know who pays? Not the person that did it. Everybody else pays for it. Because now they don't have access to that server. Now I go on Discord, and so I've seen a couple of comments. Oh, whatever happened to the New York City server? And people ask, oh, what happened to the New York City server? And, you drove them away. Because of a handful of people. And that needs to stop, That needs to, need to stop that. That's not cool, bro. You're killing the hobby, bro. And not killing the hobby, but, you're hurting yourself because that's another thing about life. It's not only this hobby, but everything else, the channels, everything else, your social media and everything else. I've seen it on other channels. People burning bridges and all that. I know sometimes you want to say what you want to say, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta not. Sometimes the best thing to do is not say anything, especially when you write it. Because once you write it, it's out there forever. When you start posting stuff and you call people names, it's out there forever. People are gonna remember you for that. They're not gonna remember you for anything else. They're not gonna remember you for anything else. They're gonna remember you that this is the guy, this is the person that had the meltdowns. There's a person that called everybody names, and I don't want to deal with him no more. And you're gonna find yourself in a corner by yourself, and nobody's gonna deal with you, and you for anything. And that is not good. Community is people look out for each other. You understand? I have my differences with many people. But I never went to their channel and badmouthed them. I never posted anything in writing about them. No. I'll talk about it here to a certain degree, but I won't. I've seen people dox people, which is, I don't get the point of that because for me, I'm a grown ass man. You could dox me all you want because if you come to that door, I'm gonna kick your ass. So anybody want to dox me, you could dox me all you want. But if you knock on that door, you better be ready. Because I'm going to kick your fucking ass back to where you came from. So you could dox me. But I've seen other people dox each other. And I'm talking about people that are underage, kids doxing each other. And that leads to a lot of other stuff that, a 14-year-old kid cannot handle stuff like that. I was reading stuff last night. Kid is 14 years old and they doxing this kid left and right. A 14-year-old kid like that, they don't have the mental capacity to be strong like me. What do you think is going to happen to that kid? The unthinkable is going to happen. You understand? You need to stop that. And that's what I found in the FMDX community. That's sad. Is a bunch of teenage kids don't know how to act. And especially the doxing. That needs to stop. That's the, for some people, that's the worst thing you can do to them. Is doxing them and putting all their personal stuff out there. That needs to stop. I'm serious. That needs to stop. Because I was reading stuff last night. I was like really, I'm not gonna name names, but there was a guy. I felt bad for the kid. I was like, why are they doing this to this kid? Like, you need to stop that. You need to stop being, this world will be a better place if we be a little more kinder to each other. And if you don't like the person, then don't say anything. Just leave them alone. You don't have to go to their page and harass them. Don't do that. Y'all need to stop that. Because the stuff I was reading last night, I was very, it bothered me. I'm not gonna lie to you, it bothered me. I felt bad for the kid. And and that's what's gonna hurt the hobby. You're hurting the hobby because this is within the FMDX community, okay? Any other community I've been to, I never seen this behavior. It's only FMDX community I've seen this. Harassing each other, calling names that I would never say here. I would never say it anyway. I wouldn't say it to anybody. I'm talking about very derogatory words that I would not even say to anybody, even, And when I see that stuff, I'm like, wow, like, So, that's what I'm saying. That's why when Chicopee and everybody else ask me, why you serving that line? Because I don't want to deal with that. That's why. That's the number one reason why I just say, I'm going to put it on for a day here and there. That's it. But I'm not going to constantly, I don't want to get caught up in that. Because the worst thing that can happen is a grown man to get caught up in that stuff. And then it gets spun the wrong way. And then before you know it, I got people knocking on my door. Something happened to this kid, and you know anything about it. And then before you know it, no, I'm not dealing with that. I'm sorry. If you don't know how to act on my server, I will ban the shit out of you for life. And then every social media, I will ban the shit out of you. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's my message to you kids out there. Don't fuck around in here because I will ban the shit out of you. That's it. You're not going to get a second chance. I gave second chance to a few people, but that's going to end. I'm telling you, because the stuff I was reading last night, it really bothered me. And I was, and then when I made that live stream a couple of live streams ago, when I said about FMDX scenes, a bunch of assholes, I was joking. But now I'm not joking about it. I seen the behavior now really up close. And it's not cool. It's not cool. I'm glad that the community is growing. 400 servers now. Now it's 400 servers worldwide. I think the highest I seen was 407. I believe 407. That's what I saw last night. 407. So it's growing. But, you're going to have a handful of people that are going to go from here to here, here to here, and cause drama. You should be ashamed of yourself. Those that are doing that, you should be ashamed of yourself. You need to stop that. Because what's going to happen is, one, you're going to want your own server one day. And when you get your own server, guess what's going to happen to you? What comes around goes around. You're going to get all the shit that you gave to everybody else. All the shit that you gave to somebody else, you're going to get it right back tenfold. Okay? When you want help, nobody's going to help you because you're a dick. You're a dick. You're an asshole. Nobody's going to help you. They're going to say, fuck him. I'm not going to help him. Being honest with you. You're burning your bridges, people. You're the ones that are jumping around here and there, messing, causing problems. You're doing it to yourself. That's why I'm talking. And if anybody, any of them sees this live stream later on or rebroadcast, whatever you want to call it, because the channel link is going to be on that. The channel link is on that server now. So somebody are going to come and watch this. And I'm telling you, you need to stop. You're hurting your own hobby. If you love your hobby so much, why act that way? You understand? Why? You're supposed to be an ambassador to your hobby. If you're an ambassador to your hobby, you got to put your best foot forward. Not be a complete dick everywhere you go. It's not cool. It's not cool. It's not cool doing that. Because I'm not going to put up with it. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to put up with it. People know it. I don't care. I have no problem laying down the hammer and bye-bye. You vanish. From all my social media, you get vanished. Boom. No, every service is not going to get deleted. Because while he started, somebody else will take over. It's a novel idea. Listen, there's still a lot of work to be done with the server. Remember, this started out of nothing. Now it's 400 and something servers. It's just, it's not that. I believe in the project. I'm proof of it that it actually, look, I was not an FMDXer until this year. I can say it. Because of this project. This actually helped me while tuning and had the map. I like the apps that comes with it. It made my FMDX experience a lot better. So I believe in the project. It's the behavior of people got to stop because people don't understand, because there's a lot of you young kids out there. You don't understand the long term. I'm gonna say it. You guys don't know shit. You don't know shit. I'm 59 years old. I lived the world already. I know what I'm talking about. When you young kids don't know jack shit, you need to just shut up and listen to people. That's what it comes down to. Be smart. Don't be a smart ass. There's a big difference. Understand? Like you're going to get your server one day, probably in the next couple of weeks or so. You're going to have it online. Do you want to deal with the shit that, people are dealing with? No. I had to, I had to back off on commenting and some stuff. Sometimes people ask some people ask the most stupidest questions. Or they make the most stupidest comments. You know what I do? I just delete it. I'm not even going to spend time going back and forth with people. Because, at my age, I don't have much time on the horizon. So if I spend time arguing with people about is pointless, you know. So I just ignore them, and if they really get under my skin, I ban them. That's it. I don't care. I do it on my channel all the time. Some people leave stupid comments. I'll just ban them. I'm not gonna go back and forth and argue. I don't got time for that. If I don't like your comment on this channel or any other, so you'll get banned. That's it. You'll get banned. You'll get blocked. That's it. I don't got time. I'm not gonna be trying to reason with people. I don't have that time. You know. So, you know, but it's common courtesy, and I always practice that. I think when people volunteer their service, you gotta give them the respect they deserve. That's it. End the story. You may not agree with everything, whatever. That's fine, but you know what? You have to give them the respect they deserve. All the time and money they put in this project. You know, there's people that put a lot of money in this project, a lot of time. And for people to go around and bash it or act like, you know, like stupid little teeny boppers, you know, we got no place for you. We got no place for people like that. We don't. In fact, you're hurting the whole fucking project. And I mean, I'm not saying you, I'm talking about in general. People that are doing that, they're hurting the project because, you know, the next person that wants to host a server, you know, maybe TV Radio 1972, maybe wants to do a server one day. He's gonna see what I've been going through. He's gonna say, I'm not worth it. I don't want to do it now. Or Marity DXer, he was the one. Marity DXer was the one that got me into this server thing. And he's not hosting a web server now. I don't know why, but anyway, but I figured maybe because of that. Dealing with idiots. Me, I'm trying to stick in there. I'm hanging in there. But I'm not gonna do it every day, like for months at a time. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing like some of the other ones. They're online every day. I'm not doing that. I'll do it, you know, when I feel like it, you know, on a weekend. For example, Christmas vacation coming up. I'll probably leave it on Christmas vacation for a week or so. That's what I'll do. Now, when it gets to the summertime, then I'll have it more often because I'm going to be using it too. You know, in the summertime, I have it more often because that's my plan. But in the winter now, I'm not going to have it on all the time. You know, I'll have the S-Spy on more often because people want to meet him with DX on that one. And that's fine. That one I could leave it on more often. Like Tassel. I know Tassel uses the SDR a lot, so he wants the DX, especially with the MFJT and Elite 6 loop, you know. So I don't mind sharing that, you know. I want to share all that. You know. I want to share all that. Not everybody can buy a $400 loop antenna and listen to medium wave because they live in an apartment or whatever. Or they're not in a quiet environment. So, you know, I understand why he would want to go to here and listen to, you know, you want to meet him with DX and say, oh my God, I could hear this station so clearly on Danny's server. Even though even though me and Tasso, we're not that far away from each other. We're only a few miles. You know, so, and that's what it's all about. It's about that, you know, about sharing and all that. You know, with the personal attack stuff, that needs to stop, you know. That's just, you know, immaturity. I don't care what's going on in your world. You know, you need to like not take it out on, you know, not I'm saying you again. I'm saying in general, people need to stop that. You know, just like I did with FTA bashers. You know what I do? I ignore them. That's it. I'm done. I went to the live stream a couple of weeks ago, and instead of saying, "Oh wow, you got 2 new countries, Danny," oh, FTA is boring. It's like watching, and then you see all the comments that pile on it. Yeah, it's like watching paint dry. Yeah, SSB is the way to go. You know, like, fuck you. You know, I'm tired of that shit. This is why I don't want to be on any live stream anymore. Only I do my live stream. Because I tried to reach out with the olive branch and all that. But then the guy appeases to a few knuckleheads in there. Neanderthals, you know, or knuckle draggers, you know. Oh, I want to do SSB. Knuckle draggers. And then they bash FTA. Like, oh, FTA is just watching paint dry. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, bro, are you ambassador of radio? Why? Then act like it. You understand? That's what I got tired of. You understand? I got tired of that. You go to another channel, you're supposed to be an authority on this topic. Okay, fine. You know what? But then when you start bashing on another mode because you don't do it because you find it boring, give me a fucking break. Bro, sometimes you gotta watch what you say because you're gonna piss certain people off. Unless you don't really care, then that's fine. I don't bash a single sideband. It's just not for me all the time. That's all. That's all. Did I ever say single sideband sucks? No. So don't say FTA sucks. Some people don't want to talk. So I don't want to spend 15 minutes talking over people just to make a contact in a pileup. I don't want to deal with that. You understand? That's all. That's part of it. I like the technical aspects of setting up the software, optimizing it, setting up the antenna, tweaking it to the point where even if I were to broadcast at 1 watt, how far I can be heard around the world. That fascinates me more than anything. Not because I want to hear some fucking voice across the world. I can do that shit in other modes. Right? I don't need single sideband to talk. If I want to talk around the world, I do it on DMR. Is it propagation? No, it's not. But I don't care. That's the point. I don't care about it. Some people, they're purists or whatever you want to call it. They want to bash anything that's new. They want to bash everything that's new for whatever reason. Or anything, anything has to do with technology or whatever, Oh, I could go make a sandwich. So this is every hobby. You're always going to have your people that are going to be bashing everything. But all right, let me open this right here. Okay, here we go. That's what happened a couple of weeks ago. I went to a live stream and I had a couple of new countries. I was excited about it. And then I go there and posted that. And then he just blows me down. I don't know if it's jealousy on his part about me or whatever. I was like, man, wow. I said, wow. And then people started piling up. Oh, single FTA is like watching paint dry. And I'm like, this guy doesn't fucking change. And it's not even about changing. It's about, you know what? You're supposed to be an ambassador of radio. This ambassador of radio. And, to make a statement like that. And then to let other people just pile on. So that's why I found it, to be honest, I found it to be toxic. I left the live stream. And I have not been back since then. Because, it's like, it turned into you suck up to a few people in the live stream. They suck up to you. Everybody else is like, whatever. So I'm tired of that. I'm not competing with anybody. I'm not competing with nobody's channel. If I go on your live stream, like you should be happy that I'm on your live stream. Because I actually, participate. I'm courteous. Nobody ever accused me of being crazy on a live stream. Nope. My own live stream, yeah, this is my live stream. I can do what I want. But on a live stream, no. If I go to a live stream, I behave. Even if I don't agree with the person, I'll just leave. But I won't curse them out or anything like that. I won't do it. But to blow me down like that, like, oh, yeah, I'm talking about, a couple of new countries. I was very excited. And no, they're FTA. Well, FTA is not like, oh, so it's not a catch because I did it on FTA. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just totally minimize my achievement. So, you're a hypocrite. To me, you became a hypocrite to your own hobby. But the same thing you talked about a year ago, whatever it was, about people bashing the hobby, you're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing. And then you let other people pile on. Like the old, I don't know, some guy named Old Radios, whatever the fuck his name is. Whatever. It seems like what you like paint dry. I'm an SSB guy. Fuck you. I'm serious. That's what I said. I'm out of here. Fuck them. I'm done. I'm not gonna be in that live stream no more. I'm done. Fuck that. Good luck to that. Good luck to you and your whatever. I won't be on the live stream anymore over there. I'm done. Because you know what? You just proved to me that you're a hypocrite. You know? If you're an ambassador to the hobby, you know what? Don't bash the every aspect. If you don't personally don't like it, then that's fine. But don't let people pile on somebody in the live stream. You know? That's the way I see it. I don't single out. If somebody were to come in here and say SSB, whatever, I did this on SSB, I say great, good, cool. I'm not a single sideband guy. There's channels out there I used to watch all the time. I don't watch them no more because they change. They change. They had 20,000 subscribers, and then all of a sudden the fame went to their head. And trust me, I unsubscribe so many people now. My subscription list is very low. It's like only like this much, few channels. That's it. I unsubscribe so many people because some people, the fame went to their head. It went, you know, when they constantly bash other aspects of the hobby. Like, oh, I'm not an FTA guy. Oh, I think FTA is like watching paint dry. That's not helpful to the hobby overall. Remember, in my case, I got my license because of FTA. You understand? I was not the type of person that I was the type of person that wasn't gonna talk on the air. Just because I live stream here doesn't mean I love to talk. But I don't like talking when I want to. If you think about it, think about it. The idea of just picking up the phone, let's call it the phone. That's what they call it, phone, and talking to a fucking stranger is kind of creepy. for some of us, especially like me. I grew up, I was very shy. To be honest, is kind of fucking creepy. I'm being honest. So, for me, I rather, okay, well, I can do it with a terminal. Remember when the chat, remember when the first chat came out on the internet, the first chat? Nah, that was a way of talking to people without picking up the phone and talking to somebody. You understand? So it's kind of similar thing. Technology caught up to amateur radio, and it's kind of the same thing. It's not a chat, but it's kind of a chat. It's just there's very few phrases or acronyms. And I'm that type of person. I was always like one of my friends growing up. He was into CB, and he was trying to get me into CB for a couple of years, and I just found it creepy. I'm sorry. That was my initial I had a burp. Sorry, sorry about that. My initial thought was, okay, I don't want to talk to strangers. Because, when you grow up, my mother told me, don't talk to strangers, right? I was taught not to talk to strangers, right? So now I'm talking to strangers. So I was like, it didn't appeal to me. And then years later, fast forward now, there's something called FTA. I'm like, oh, this is more interesting. This is more, because now because I'm a geek. I like computer software. Of course, I love it's a software. It's like CW, except I don't have to learn Morse code. The machine actually talks to another machine, you know, and I got that aspect of it. And plus, you can only do it with even a watt or even less than a watt. That's appealing to me. You see, so that's how I kind of got into the hobby. Then later on, DMR. Then I started talking to people on DMR. Then single sideband. You see what I'm saying? Not everybody is a chatterbox. Not everybody wants to brag about the size of the radio, right? Let's face it. You got some people out there. I'm running 1,500 watts. They brag about their shit. Do I really want to hear that? No. So, so that's what I told Chickapee. Like, if you're gonna if you ever want to go for the license and all that, I understand. Like, you see in your situation, FTA might be actually a good thing for you, because then you don't have to talk to people. Like, you could just do that, and then if you want to learn Morse code, you could do that. When I went to take the test, there was one guy there out of the group of the VCs that were there. There was one guy, and he was talking, and he said, no, he's an older guy. I think he was in his mid 80s. And he was saying, no, I don't talk on. He said, I'm a CW guy only. He said, because he was asking me like, what you plan to? I said, no, I want to do FT8 and all that. Eventually, I want to do CW. I don't really want to talk a lot or not much at all. He's like, yeah, I understand. He said, well, I'm a CW guy. I don't talk at all. I don't care. He said it like that. I don't care for talking. That's what he said. That was his words, not mine. He said, I don't care for talking. And he was very proud of it. And I was like, yeah, see, I'm glad. Because now I can connect with this guy. I can connect with this guy. He doesn't want to talk to people. He just wants to, he doesn't want to talk voice. And there's nothing wrong with that. But, apparently when you go to another live stream, the guy changes like the winds. It's unfortunate because, I did reach out the olive branch, and like I said, because I was worried about the guy's health and all that. But then he reverts to stuff like this, and I just can't. I can't anymore. I'm done with that. Wish him luck, but I'm done with that. Going to live stream and people bash your hobby. People. The one ambassador of the hobby turns out to be another hypocrite. So much for that. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? People are gonna flock over there and hand over money, and that's it. So be it. And that's why I had to rethink my channel. That's why I renamed my channel. I'm tired of that genre, whatever nonsense. So I'm gonna be. I'm broadening out more because every genre, every hobby, you're always gonna have your you know know it all, whatever they the expert guy, whatever. Then they get to the point where they become too big for their britches, and and they forget the people that got them there. That's what happened. I'm one of those people. Every YouTuber that And there's quite a few of them that actually started with a lot less subscribers than I did. And they're way up there now. They're like 20,000, 40,000 subs. Their head gets like, gets inflated. And then they get trapped into that, you know, like there's channels out there that didn't, they started doing one thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I guess, if you need to make the money, go ahead. And now they're reviewing radios that they have no business reviewing. Reviewing radios that they didn't care about, you know. You know what I mean? Like, he did like some. This like I'll just put it out. But there's one person that doesn't know nothing about shortwave. Yeah, he's reviewing shortwave radios. You know, man, it just scratches my head. I'm like, why would they? That's why I stopped reaching out to some companies. I stopped. I just stopped because I'm brutally honest about things, and then I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I like this radio when it sucks. Like this radio, these TK11. Right now, that's radio's biggest disappointment I ever seen so far. And I still have to go through that. I still got to go through it. But right now, I'm very disappointed on it. And I'm so disappointed on it, I didn't want to use it. I don't want to play with it because my initial, you got to understand, when you buy radio or you test a radio out, if it doesn't grab you initially, then you're not going to use it again. You're going to put it down. You're never going to use it again. And that's what happened with that TK11. Even though there's 1,000 videos on it right now, a lot of people say the greatest, one of the most versatile radios. It's not versatile. Yeah, every band suck. It's versatile because every band suck on that radio. I have a question, right? If you want a radio, would you want a radio that does one thing very well, and then have another radio that does that band very well? Or you want a radio that does two bands, but they both suck? No, I'm going to pick one radio does this very well. One radio, and that's the problem with this radio. They think that they can jam everything in one radio and it was going to be good. No, it sucks. It sucks. You see what I'm saying? You can't jam so many things on a radio and you think that every band is going to work fine. They missed the mark on that. They went by this one. And even this one, they went by this one. They went by the success of this one. And they say, oh my God, this little radio, because people started putting mods on it and they opened up the bands that we could now make this into, like, embed into the hardware and it could be a great radio. No. Even this radio with the mods is still not a good radio. It made it a versatile radio, but it's not a good versatile radio. It's just a versatile radio. You understand? Like this one on medium wave, I wouldn't DX medium wave on this radio. Even though you could hear medium wave on this radio. Well, not with the mod that I have. Not now. Shortwave. The upper part of the shortwave band is okay. What's better, this radio or the SH Data D219? I'll take the SH Data D219 over this radio any day of the week for shortwave. Because that radio is made for shortwave. And that's the problem with these radios. All these radios that have all these bands on it, they're not good. They're not good. I'm telling you right now, they're not good. They're not good. They're versatile. Yeah, you can do every band, but every band sucks. It's mediocre at best. He's not going to be a DXer on any band. Not what happened to that radio. That radio got caught up with the success of this radio. They saw this radio was so successful, and they said, oh, now we're going to make a hardware version of this radio with everything already in it. And no, it's horrible. It's horrible. And and even the UI is really bad. It's really bad. It's worse than this one. This one, at least the UI is not that. It's not as bad as that. But that radio, the UI, oh my god, I couldn't use it. I had to actually put it down, and it's been sitting there for weeks. For weeks and weeks, it's been sitting there. You know, been sitting there for weeks. Oh, there you go, Benin. Let me see if I can get Benin, African country. Yeah, so that radio, I thought it had potential, but then the minute I took it out the box and I fired it up. I tried to do a few things on it, and it was very super duper convoluted just to do simple things. And I was like, okay. And I'm technical enough that I can figure it out, but I said the average person is gonna put it down. The average person is gonna say, okay, this is super duper complicated. Just to hit medium wave, just to hit medium wave, you have to do like a few things. It's not a simple switch of the band. And that threw me off. I was like, okay, first of all, I have to do this and this and this to just to hit medium wave. I'm like, okay, this is not good. You know? And what's the point? They're supposed to make the radio easier for you to use. Because you jam all the stuff in there, you made the radio more complicated to use. And the average person is going to go look at that radio and say, I'm going to put it down. I don't need to do 3 menu functions just to listen to medium wave. You see what I'm saying? That's not going to work for the average person. The UI experience is gone. At that point, you're going to say, okay, forget about it. When I can just pick up another radio and hit medium wave. I can pick up this radio and just flick a switch, and I can hit medium wave. And this radio, by the way, medium wave will outperform that little radio any day of the week. So why would I want to buy a radio like that when it's 3 or 4 menu levels complicated just to do medium wave? When I can just grab this radio from my shack and go turn it on, boom, medium wave, tuning away. Nah, do. Then you gotta go to this menu, and then like me, I got sausage fingers. I'm already wasting time. You see what I'm saying? And it's not. They didn't think about the UI stuff when they made that radio. So yeah, so right now that radio is not looking good for the review. And even the performance is not even that good in performance on any band. On any band so far. So I know my radio Dexter I think my radio Dexter thought about buying it, and he sent me, he put a comment, he said, oh man, thank God I didn't buy that radio, because I said, yep, thank God you didn't buy it. Because I wasn't gonna buy that one, I was gonna buy the Radcell one. And then they reached out to me, they said they were gonna send it to me, and then they sent me that radio, and then they came forward and sent me this one. So I said, let me try this one out. And the other thing I don't like about the radio is the antenna. I don't like the 3.5 millimeter jack. I don't like that. I don't like that. That's another thing I didn't like about the radio. I don't like the antenna on it. I prefer like a screw type antenna, like a SMA or something. I don't like 3.5 millimeter jack as an antenna. That's good for a little portable radio, but for that one, I thought I was at least put a B and C. You got the SMA for the VHF, UHF. For the HF, you should have put a B and C. At least. Because you got B and C antennas you can put on there. But instead, they put a 3.5 millimeter, and that, that's asking for trouble. And so they dropped the ball on that. Yeah. So yeah, they dropped the ball on that one with the 3.5 millimeter connector, because I mean, look at it. I'll show you. I'm knocking anything over here. They dropped the ball on this. 3.5 millimeter connector. They should have put a BNC connector there. The problem is when you're dealing with HF, right? The antenna has to be very, very long, right? Or it's going to be a wire, a long wire. When you connect the BNC connector to a long wire, you're asking for trouble. You're asking for this thing eventually to wiggle, and it's going to break, and that's it. Even if you put this with an adapter, you're asking for this thing to wiggle and break, and I hate that. That's not good. You got to put like a BNC connector there. And you have whip antennas like the CB antennas. You know, when you telescoping whip, BNC. That's it. You know, it'll be stronger than this. This is horrible for this rate. It's horrible. This was a horrible idea. And there's no YouTuber that says that. Go look for one that says that this antenna is horrible for this radio. This connection is horrible. I said it from the very beginning. Go look back on it. When Married Dick I talked about this radio, I said I told him right away, the first thing that stands out I don't like about the radio is the connector. The 3.5 millimeter jack, I hate this. This worked out for the PL360, the 365, the 368, the GP9, ConnieCom, whatever. But, you know, it had a longer one. It's not competing with this thing in the way. And it's just not going to work with this type of radio. It's not going to work. I hate this. They did this to cut costs. I get it. They try to cut costs, but they should have put a BNC. You know, BNC. If you look at my scanner radios, my mobile scanners, I'll show you one right here. Mobile scanner. Let me just pick one from right here. What they all have in common? BNC. Right? BNC. That's what they should have put. So you have your SMA for the VHF, UHF, and the HF, they should have put the BNC. Because there's antennas, a whole bunch of antennas that are made, like especially the whip, the telescoping whip for the CB band, right? They're BNC, you know, and you just twist it, you put it in there, and that's it. And if you want to put a long antenna, you just get an adapter, you know, a long wire, and you just use a BNC. It's much more secure. That's not going to break as easily as this. This is going to break. With a long wire, putting stress on this, it's going to break over time. It's going to jiggle, it's going to get weak, and it's going to break. And then you're screwed. Then you lose that connector. And that's why I think it's a horrible idea. Horrible idea. And that's why I don't think I'm going to hear from them again. And I haven't done my review yet. But right now, it's not looking good. You know, they need to do this. They should have put a BNC connector for the HF. You have the SMA. So, you know, for your, you know, VHF, UHF, right? SMA. This one should have been BNC. And they didn't do that. And that is, I know, I'm telling you, I wish he was here right now. He would tell me. He would say, yeah, Danny, he was right about that. I didn't know about the radio. He showed me the radio. He said, Danny, they're coming out with this radio. And I looked at it and I said, oh my God, I don't like that BNC. I mean, I don't like that 3.5 millimeter jack already. I didn't like it. Yep. Let me check the propagation. Let me see what's going on now. What is this? Russia. Zoom. All right. Yeah, bro. I'm brutally honest with people about all this stuff, man. Cause this radio is all over. Everybody touting this radio like nobody's business. Let me do the thumbnail. Here you go, thumbnail. What to do and what not to do. What to do, what not to do. And there goes the thumbnail. Focus. There you go. Yeah. The weather band seems to work okay, and it's fine. It's not even at the D608. The SH data D608 level, weather band reception. This radio is not at that level. The SH data D608 weather band reception is one of the best. It's pretty good. I'm gonna say the weather band reception on the D608 is pretty good. This one nowhere near that. This one, the weather band, if I turn it on right now, you won't hear it. I had to put it right on the window and you'll start hearing it. So it's like, wow. That's not good. I had to go outside with it and it was still, if I moved a certain way, it would fade. I was like, really? I'm outside. My strongest weather band station. This radio right here on weather band is awesome. I'll give you a radio. You want a radio that's really strong on the weather band? Right here. This guy. This one is pretty. I'm impressed with this radio. Weather band reception on this radio is very good. Very good. Even in the boiler room. In the dungeon. I call it the dungeon. Little telescoping whip. Weatherman. Picked it up over there. No problem. Nice and strong. And this radio couldn't pick it up. This radio could not pick up the weather band that this one could pick up. This radio couldn't pick it up. All right. This is a under $20. This is $70. Okay. So that's why I say, you know what? There's no one radio that does every band well. You know, people keep looking for that. They're not gonna find that. Even the Shangyong LC90, people say, "Oh, that's one of the best radios ever because it has internet." You know, but from when some people talk about, it's okay. It's not the greatest DXR radio. It's fine, but because it has internet, it makes they put in this class like, oh my god, it's so. And for people like me, I don't really care for that. If I want internet, I use my phone. My phone is always gonna have more internet radio than that radio will ever have. My phone will have more internet stations than that internet radio will ever have. Yeah, it's in a radio box. But you see what I'm saying? But then the shortwave performance, I heard it's above average. Medium wave performance is about average. FM performance, I heard is about average. It's not even above average. I think it's about average. But what stands out is because it has internet in a box. That's what it is. And again, I go back to what I said many times over. with a radio like that, I can never trust 100% the internet aggregate thing, because one day they could just say, you know what, we're not doing, the contract is over, whatever it is, or the deal that they have, and that internet radio dies out. That happened to many radios in the past. That the internet radio, their aggregate, whatever, their content provider thingy went out of business, or they fell out of favor or something. I have a receiver there, a $300 plus receiver. It had internet radio on it, but now it doesn't do internet radio no more because they fell out of favor. The company, I think, went bankrupt. The company that provided internet radio for that receiver, for that stereo receiver, they went out of business. And for that particular model, there was never an update. So that radio right now is an AM/FM receiver, but the internet part of the receiver is gone forever. There's no fix around it, nothing. So if I try to go internet radio on that one, it just says error. That's how I got burned with that receiver. That's it. And the internet radio portion on that receiver was pretty good. Back in the days, it was pretty good. It displayed the text on the receiver and all that. It was ahead of its time, but the content provider and them had an agreement, but then the content provider went out of business. They just folded up. So now they were scrambling to look for another content provider, but for that model, there was never an update. They didn't have a workaround on that. So that radio became, for the internet portion, is bricked. It will never work again. And it's a shame because I love that receiver. That was a great receiver. But now, that left a bad taste in my mouth. I will never buy internet receiver again. Because I don't want to get burned. And I've seen other receivers, by the way. I think a couple of people even here had an internet box. And they stopped providing internet content. That radio became brick. So, yeah. I would never. That's why LC90 looks like a nice radio. I got a nice design on it. There is a couple of little minor issues with it. I think the antenna jack, they put it in an area where it shouldn't be at. But I won't be buying that radio because I don't need it. I have a lot of good radios that do other bands very well. And for internet, my phone or my computer. I just take my phone, Bluetooth, right here, Bluetooth radio, right there. I can take my phone, Bluetooth it here. I can take my phone, Bluetooth it to another radio, and it'll be just as good, if not better than the LC90, because I don't need to lug around the radio. I can just, on my phone, Bluetooth it. Even my boombox. My boombox that has Bluetooth. Internet radio, Bluetooth it to my boombox. And I got a boombox. So I got stereo speakers on that one. I can just listen to that boombox with my internet radio on my phone. Send it off. And by the way, that boombox, $50. Not $250. So it's just that, they package it in a nice little box and, it's like a Coach purse. It's like a Coach purse, It's a fancy little box they put it in. And that's it. That's the only reason why people rave about it, But functionality-wise, me, myself, I don't need it. I've been using my phone for years for internet radio. What's going to change now? I can carry a little Bluetooth speaker. Or even the WB, the 608, the SHD 608. That could be my Bluetooth speaker also, Bluetooth. like that. Or even or like I said, the boombox, the boombox. I can put the boombox outside and stream on the boombox. You know, my boombox battery life is amazing. That one is a rechargeable boombox battery. It has It has two 18650 batteries on it. So that boombox. I had that boombox. You seen the live streams here with the boombox? 3 or 4 hours straight, no problem. Loud volume and everything. I had that there for 7 hours, fully charged, no problem. So, and then with Bluetooth, that's it. Yep. All right, got that confirmed there. Let me go check on the receiver. My receiver? Okay, the receiver's on. All right, let me go to the receiver. Let me see what's on the receiver right now. I mean, I could check there, but I don't want to open up the other one. Because right now, my SDR, for example, my AirSpy SDR, see right now, since I booted it yesterday, it's still running. I think what happened is, I think I'm learning something about I think if I have this one Mac open and the other one minimized, for some reason it hasn't crashed. Because before I would have uh the FMDX web server open, the window open, and I will have this one minimized, and that's when it will crash. So I'm thinking, because this one, and that's weird. I don't know why it does that, but so far that's what I see. From what I see, if I have this one open like this, and the FMDX web server is minimized, it hasn't crashed so far. So right now, it's been up since yesterday. So that's pretty cool. So far so good. G2LNY. Hello, the server's back. Yeah, it's back, but don't, enjoy while it lasts. Somebody left a comment, said the server's back. Yeah, it's back for the weekend. But don't get too comfortable. Don't get too comfy. No, I want people to enjoy it, because I get, what I'm saying? I get a satisfaction about it. I like, people to use the radio. I don't care. I don't use it. I haven't, since I put it online, I never used it standalone. So since I put this radio online, I never took it out of here and used it standalone. I never did. I never did. I haven't. It's been always connected like this for months. So I will get another one at some point. I'm thinking about getting the DeepElect 666 just to take that one with me. Plus this one I cannot upgrade no more because I broke the button inside. So this one is just gonna stay like that until you know. Yeah, because this one I can't upgrade anymore anyway, unless I open it up, and I'm not gonna do it. I just leave it the way it is. And because this one I bought, I think I paid like 50. If I remember, I think it was $60 total. I bought this one, but yeah, this one, and ever since I put it online, I never took it out to use a standalone. I got used to it being there. Like it's like a fixture now, especially with the stands. You know, So I'll probably get another one, and I'll get another stand so I could take it with me. So like if anybody nearby, like for that, even Tasso, if Tasso ever wanted to host a server, I would give him this one. I say, hey, Tasso, take this one. I'll get another one. But I know Tasso lives in an apartment and he has pets and all that, and I don't know. I don't think he's busy. Oh, you're gonna get the DP66? Yeah, the 666. Yeah, that's the one I'm gonna get next. And that one, it has a keypad, and I believe some of them have the touchscreen. I don't know. I think all of them have a touchscreen now. So, because now there's a touchscreen. Touchscreen, yeah. So they have a touchscreen because the firmware for this one, the newer one, has touchscreen functionality. They added touchscreen, but this one doesn't do touchscreen. This is older, but the DP66 does touchscreen. From what I was told, it does touchscreen. But that's the one I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get the 666. But that's the one I'm getting. The 666. I don't know what color yet. I'm thinking about the I like the bright orange, the red, orange, whatever it is. I don't know. That one is kind of calling me, the red orange one. Remember, let me check how much are the prices though. Let me go to AliExpress. Right here. Let me see right here. Let me see. Let me see which one. Wow, the price went up again. Yeah, the price kind of went up on. They spiked up a little bit. Oh, you getting the red one too? Yeah, I'm looking at the red one. But my God, the prices went up. Let me see. Let me see. Let me put price. Hold up. Let me see. Price. Let me sort it by price. Let me see what colors they have. Nah, they only have it in black right now. The yellow one too. I was thinking about the yellow one. Unless I get the horizontal one. Maybe the horizontal one. Let me see. Hold on. The horizontal one. I don't know, maybe I'll get the Borrero. I'm not getting it anytime soon, but I'll probably get it after the new year. Cause right now I'm at. Let me see. Where's my phone? Where did I put my phone at? I need to check them. I'm near. I'm not. I think I'm at 80. Oh, Jesus, where the hell I put my phone at? Oh, it's on my. Let me go check. Where did I put my phone at? I can't even remember where I put my phone at. I think I put it to charge. Let me go check if it's charging. Yeah, I had it charging in the other room. I had to charge you in the other room. That's what happened. So I'm almost there at my $80. I need to get to 100 before YouTube pays me. But I'm not going to get paid this month. I'll get paid in January. So, in the new year. So let me see where I'm at. Even if I go over 100 today, it doesn't matter. It's already set. I think at a certain time, then he goes to next month. You know. So it'll be January 21st when I get paid. Not December. December 21st, I didn't make that. Now it goes over to January. So if I'm gonna buy it, it'll be by then, the end of January. Maybe. Unless something else comes up that I may need. Let me see. Let me see where I'm at right now. Yeah, 82. 82. So yeah, I haven't went over 100 yet. But even if I go over 100 right now, for example, like today, I still got to wait till January 21st to see that. So even if I get it, I'm gonna get it. It'll probably be like February, maybe, end of January, February, if I get it, because I'll depend on the price. Because I'm not paying $75 for that radio. I paid $50 for this one. I'll wait till the price drop whenever. Well, I'll look on eBay. Also, I never check Bang. I know people shop at Banggood. I never bought anything from Banggood. So I need to see if Banggood, because there's a YouTuber that he gets stuff sent to him from Banggood. Banggood could be a nice sponsor if Banggood wants to sponsor me. Banggood. But I have to check Banggood, see if they because their prices are pretty good too. Ananco, I don't know. I don't know if I ever bought from Ananco, but and the reason why I go with AliExpress, for me, when I went with AliExpress, is because I'm an affiliate. So they give me, I think I get a couple of more dollars off because I'm an affiliate. I get a special discount, like a code, but it's not much, like $3 or $4 off sometimes. That's it. It's not that much. So because affiliate, they give you affiliate code, and then. But yeah, but I don't want to pay I'm not paying $100. I'm not paying. I don't even want to pay $75. So, but I may have to get the horizontal one. The horizontal one. But we'll see. We'll see. And I'm actually thinking about because also that's another thing. By the way, Chickabee, that's another thing. You don't need a TEF 6686 radio to do FMDX web server. You can do that with SDR. You can do that with SDR. You can even do it with an RTL SDR. When you do the setup, there's a setup for RTL. But the only reason why I didn't go with RTL because RTL radios are not the best. But if I didn't have the TF56, I would have done it with RTL. I mean, in RTL SDR, by the way, RTL SDR, for example, where's mine? Oh, it's up there. It's up there. See where my finger is pointing? RTL SDR. Those are good for FM. Those SDRs are good for UHF, VHF. So for FM, you could use that and you'll be fine. You could use that, you'll be fine. You're fine with it. So you don't need a TF66. The only reason why I like to see because of the display. That's why I got this video because of the display. So that's why it's appealing, because of the display. The RDS info on it, But if I didn't have this radio, I would have set it up with Oh, by the way, also the SPY. Although the SPI costs more than this radio, but the SPI HF Plus, I could have set that up with the FMDX web server, and that would have been fine, you know. But I choose to do both because I want this one for, I want the SPI HF Plus for medium wave DXing only, and the TF66 for FM. Yeah, that too. There was a while where I bought this one a long time ago. I'll show you. Let me reach in here and bring it. A long time ago, I bought this one. I made a review on it, but I was very disappointed in this radio. I bought this one a long time ago. It's so dusty. My God. This is the soft 66 IP. So this is a Raspberry. I mean, none of them. This is an Orange Pi Zero computer with an RTL SDR. So this is an SDR, right? Orange Pi Zero computer. And see, it has the two ports, one for VHF. One is for HF, one is for VHF, UHF. So this is an RTL SDR with Orange Pi Zero computer. And you see it has a network port, the Ethernet port. So this one I was gonna do it with OpenWebRx. I was gonna share this one, but this one gave me so many problems that I gave up. I gave up on this one. So this one I could have shared this one, OpenWebRx, but it didn't. It kept disconnecting off the network. It was a bunch of stuff going on with it. So I wind up not using it. So originally I was going to use this one with OpenWebRx, this one right here. But and then I gave a crappy review on it, and the guy was not very helpful. The support was horrible. The guy kept blaming everybody else. So I said, forget it. But so now I got the SPI. The SPI, honestly, the SPI is the easiest way to install, sharing the server. It's so easy to share it. The SDR Play. I have a couple of those, but when I ask people about it, people say it's a pain in the butt. It's a pain to set that up. So the SPI was so much easier. So and the reason why I like this project is because they didn't. This is FMDX only. Because you got to remember, OpenWebRx and all that, those are all for HF. A lot of them are HF. I think now you can add FM. I don't know how that works. Let me read what you wrote. Oh, definitely the radio of Banggood, since the prices are way cheap. I don't know. I haven't checked, but I have to look into Banggood also. But Chicopee Radio, I know they have their own server on OpenWebRx, and you can add HD radio. I didn't know that. That would be nice to do HD radio. That's what I'm hoping this one would do, to incorporate HD radio. Although and by the way, the TF6686 is not HD radio. That's the other thing. This is not HD radio. This is just FM stereo, but there's no HD radio on this one. RDS is there, but no HD radio. So, yeah. And then I know the guy from Ohio. Is it no Western? Is it Ohio, Pennsylvania? I forgot. The guy that has a Sony radio. He has not this one, but a similar one. It's a similar chipset. He had one of these. He has one of these as the FMDX web server For that, you have to do a mod. You have to open it up and you have to put an Arduino board and all that. But not this particular model. There's a more expensive model. I guess the original one or something like that. The top of the line model for this. And that one, you have to put a board in there. It's a lot of work. It's not, for me, it's not worth it. But even that one, and that's an HD radio. And even so, this software doesn't do HD radio anyway. So it's a moot point. Until they allow HD radio, if they can do that, that would be nice. That would be great if they could do HD radio. But this radio doesn't do HD. The TF6686. But the one that he has, I forgot the Mudkip. I forgot what it is, Mudkip FM or something. The guy from Ohio. He has a Sony HD radio. He's hooked up. But the HD functionality is disabled. You can't do HD on this software. So, but that would be nice if you could do HD radio, But not the case. Maybe even in, for example, Europe, they could do DAB. DAB, shared DAB radio. But they haven't done that. I think there was talk about that before. I heard something in the chatter once about this project going to allow DAB. But I don't know how that's going to happen. I don't know what they're going to do with that. I don't know. To do DAB radio. But yeah. And the other thing I believe, that's another thing also, I think OpenWebRx is no longer. That's another thing. I think that's the other thing also. I was looking into OpenWebRx for this one, but then I think they're no longer. I think the project is ended. There's no more updates or anything. I looked into that a few months ago, OpenWebRx for this one, for the SPI. And then I started reading up on it, and they said that the radio, I think it's that one, and also the other one also is no longer either. The Web SDR one, I think those servers, the ones that are there, are still running, but there's no more new SDRs because they discontinued the software. So basically, the only one that's still dominant right now is Kiwi SDR. Is the Kiwi SDR, I believe. But that one, you have to buy their device, the Kiwi SDR device, which is a nice device, but I don't want to pay $500 for one. I'm sorry, I'm not paying $400 or $500 for Kiwi SDR just to share my radio. No, I'm happy with the SPI. I'd rather share that. Good morning, Tasso. I've been watching on my TV. Happy weekend. Happy weekend to you, my friend. Yeah, you see, still running. I was talking about earlier that the SPI service still running. It hasn't crashed. It hasn't crashed at all so far. Knock on wood. Hasn't crashed. So I think I figured out that for some weird reason, if I leave this window open and I minimize the FMDX web server window, then this one doesn't crash. If I have both windows open, then this crashes. If I have this one minimized, then it crashes. But if I have this one here standalone and the other one minimized, so far it hasn't crashed. That's weird. But it seems that so far that's what it's been doing. No, it hasn't crashed. It's been running all since yesterday when I booted it. But I think that's what happened. I figured out that I think as long as I leave this, if I leave this one open the way it is, no, it doesn't crash. But if I minimize that one, sometimes I'll get the pop-up saying that it stopped working. When you get the pop-up that says your program stopped working, if I minimize that, sometimes within about an hour or so, I'll get the pop-up. your software's not working, and then it'll crash. You know what I mean? Or if I have the other software maxed, both of them, eventually this one will crash. It's weird. So I'm gonna leave it like that. It's working fine. I'm gonna leave it as long as I can. I'm gonna for the whole weekend. See if it doesn't. If it don't crash the whole weekend, then I know I have to leave it like this. And that's it. You know. Oh, hello, Elmer Time. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope everything's. I hope your house you settled into your new home, and I know you still settling into your new home. I hope everything is okay with you and your family, and your loved ones and all that. Good morning, Elmer. Alpha Delta 7 Lima November. Pretty cool. Let's see where we at today. Let me try to get Iran. I see Iran. I'm trying to make contact with Iran. Iran number one. Iran number one. Iran number one. Anyway, 2 hours in the books. I'm gonna go for a little longer and then I'm gonna call it a day. I made my morning contact for my 12 days of QRZ. So I gotta confirm for today. 12 days of QRZ. So I'm good for today. So I got that. The rest of the day, I'm gonna be cleaning up this place and trying to stay warm today here. I haven't even eaten breakfast yet. Maybe I'll go outside and just get breakfast. Trying to get my hours back too. My watch hours. Trying to get my watch hours back up. All right, here goes, people. I'm gonna play a game. Okay, the radio portion is now over. Now I'm gonna play a game. All right, I'm done with it, Ran. Okay, Ran, that's it. Forget it. Okay, let me stop the halt. Let me close FT8. WSJTX. All right. Okay, FMDX. Let me close that. Somebody's using that right now. Guys, I see two people in there. All right. Hey, I got out pretty much. Look at all that propagation there. Wow, look at that. All that propagation going on. How many? 571 reception reports in the last 2 hours. Yeah, I got hurt all the way out into what it was. Let's see. Let's see what was that. Over here, what was that? What country is that? Right near was that Georgia? Okay. So deep into I guess Georgia. Not bad for a couple hours. Yeah, I know it's working well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Amazon Balin. Well, it's they call it a balance, but it's really an onion. It's a 64-to-1 onion. And it's connected to the same wire that I had up on the tree, about 80 feet of wire from the tree to the onion. And then I run a ground wire, not that long ago, about 4 feet or so into ground. So I have a ground wire, and it works well. This kind of works well. It does. Auto tune, I can go from, I know I've done 6 meters all the way down to, I'm both of them. Auto 6 meters all the way down to 20. And then I have problems. 40 meters, it won't tune. 80, forget about it. It won't. So I'm thinking for that, I'm gonna have to put like a long radios or something, or maybe I seen that they clip on what they call that? It's like a coil. What they call that? I know there's compromise, whatever. It's a coil, and so basically between the wire. So so that's normal. Okay, yeah. See, that's why you're the man. I gotta ask you. You know, I gotta say, I'm the young buck when it comes to this hobby. So I seen that if I want to do like 80, I will have to, either get a longer wire, or there's I seen them on AliExpress and all that. The wire, it goes to like a coil, and then the coil into the balance. And it's supposedly, there's another channel that did that with a whip. Load. Yeah. What was the term for that? Yeah. Load coil. Why cold load? Anyway, load. Yeah, load. So, but right now I'm a tech, so I have, unless I'm doing CW, which I haven't done CW yet. I haven't even tried to learn it yet. I still got the stuff there to practice. I'm not. I don't even bother. But I try to tune it and it won't work. So I was like, but I can't. Even if I could, I can't talk there anyway. Or even doing FT8, I can't do FT8. I only could do FT8 on 10 right now. That's it. But yeah, it's interesting that yeah. All right, let me try something here. I'm gonna fire up my little Commodore Mini. My little Commodore Mini. Okay, let me turn this off. Put this over here. Because this is the portion that I'm going to play a game. I'm going to play a game. So where's I got to put the TV on HDMI. Okay, let me turn on the, wow. Yeah, let me turn on the Commodore. There's a little button here somewhere. Okay, so I got to get out of this. And then maybe I'll do a TV band scan after this. I haven't done a TV band scan in months, so maybe I'll do one. Because now all the foliage is gone. I was going to do that one last time and I forgot. So maybe Tasso, if Tasso's still here, I'll do a TV band scan to see how many channels, if I can pick it. Because now all the foliage is gone. All the trees are now bare. No more leaves. Everything is on the ground now. So is it HDMI 2? All right. All right, let's see. So this comes with around, how many games is it? 60 games? This is a Commodore Mini. See the little mini Commodore right there? Commodore Mini, and it comes with this controller. So it's built in. It has about 60 games. But you could USB stick. You could put any Commodore game. It'll play. Some of them it won't play because it's disc swapping. But the ones that are there, those are the ones that are built into the game. So let's play World Games. Gonna play World Games. I'm gonna suck us. I used to be very good at this. I used to be good at this many years ago, but now some of them are really gonna suck. So, and then this one, if you want to put a keyboard, you can put a USB keyboard, or they have a virtual keyboard. I'll show you. So I'm gonna compete in all the events because it's torture. Number of joysticks. Let me put one because it's only one. Okay. I could practice, but I'll just compete in all of them. And then here you have to type. So there's no keyboard. That keyboard doesn't work. That's just So you have to press this button. And then you go to see virtual keyboard. And then you press that. And then you have to type. So I'll put my name. And then for enter, I forgot what was enter. I think it's this one. Should this one? Okay. Then I'm gonna pick country. Should I pick USA? I don't know. And see. Oh, he said Chicopee says a nice console. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like $50. Now, one more time. Speaking of radio, according to the FCC website, I now have 3 call signs. I don't know what the hell that PG thing is. Yeah. Yeah, don't you have a GROW, whatever it's called, GROW license? So maybe that's the one for that. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna pick. I'm going to be. Let me see what country. Oh, sorry. Oh, let me get out of the keyboard. I forgot. You gotta now. I can move the flag. Let me see what I'm gonna be. I don't want to get you yet. I don't want to be. I'll be Japan. Yeah, the grow whatever grow with the radar endorsement. So maybe that's the number for that. I don't know. I don't know that. Japanese. Sayonara. Sayonara. All right. Virtual keyboard, right? And then now here, I just put enter, I think. Okay, so it's just me because I'm only complete. Okay. So yeah, is this correct? Yes, it is correct. Oh, gotta get out the virtual keyboard. Okay, now. Next event, weightlifting. All right, I gotta practice my breathing here. Can you guys see the game? Right there. Hopefully you guys can see. It looks like you guys can see the game there. Continental Airlines. Oh my God, that airline is like defunct. They went bankrupt like many moons ago. Of course, the simulates. That's why this used to load. Okay, press the button to start. But first, hear the music. All right. First, let me just do the regular way. You can put a lot of weights. See, but I can't lift all that anymore. I used many back in the 80s when I was playing this a lot. I could lift the whole thing, but I can't do it now. I can't do it now. So I'm gonna start with the basic way first. So you gotta start with just lifting because it's only me anyway. So all right, so I'm gonna select that. Okay, now you gotta lift. You hear me breathing? I'm gonna let him hold it. Let's see if he breaks to the floor. I didn't put the weight down on purpose. I really did get purple because sometimes they break a hole through the floor and they fall. All right, let me put more weights down. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let me try 120 kilos. Oh! All right, let me make it less. Let me see. At least let me try 100. I had it because it's timing. You gotta do this timing. Yeah, you get it's about $50 on eBay. About $50 you can get it. This is a Commodore. This is the Mini C64. So I got this one for about $50. There you go, baby. There you go. I'm gonna hold it, see if he breaks a hole through the floor. Anyway, I got it. 100 kilos. All right, now the next one is the clean and jerk. That was just a snatch. Now I got to do the clean and jerk. So it's two steps. So I'm gonna do it 75 first. You gotta wait for the lights to come on. Okay. Once the lights come on, then you can put it down. All right, so I got 75 kilos on the clean and jerk. So now let me do something. I'll do 100 again. I'll do 115. Let me see if I can do 115. All right, let me do. I'll do 100. Clean and jerk. Yeah, maybe 100 kilos. let him fall to the floor. Ah. There you go. The old record was nothing. The new record is 200 kilos combined. There you go. First event, weightlifting, barrel jumping. That's the next event. Let me get this thing out of the way. All right, barrel jumping. Barrel jumping takes place. You can read the whole thing and pause it later on in Germany. So Okay, here we go. You gotta jump over barrels on ice skating. Let's see. Can you see it? Or hear the music first. All right. Let me do. I'll do 5 barrels. It's not difficult. Then you gotta go side to side. Here you go. Supposed to be easy. Oh, oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna stick with 3 barrels. Just get that out the way. All right, let me just stick with 3 barrels. At least let me get a jump. Oh my god. Okay, and now you land. All right. All right, so at least I got a jump. Okay, so at least I got 3 barrels. So the next one I'm gonna go for 8. Because it's my last jump anyway. You get 3 jumps. Let's do 10. What the hell? Let's go for a 10, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, baby, 10 barrels. Woo. Is the I know I did it. I was like, what? Oh my god. Oh my god. New record, baby. Of course, there's nobody in. 10 barrels. There you go, Japan, baby, representing. All right, cliff diving. On the cliffs of sunny Acapulco, Mexico. All right, let's see. So you got to compensate for the wind. If you get too close to the rocks, you hit the rocks. They got all these levels. You can start all the way down here. But you want more points, you got to go up there. $88. Okay, not bad. 88 is good. 88. I'll take 88. If you get real close to the rocks and you go to the bottom and you dive up there, you get like 100. But you run the risk of hitting the rocks. But I'm gonna hit with the rocks so you can see how it is. This one is gonna be risky now. Here you go. Oh, okay. Ah! I'm gonna let the other one crash to see what, so you can see how it is. Oh no! Well, that hurt, didn't it? 88. That's not bad. 88 is not bad. Here we go. Look, clean time to you. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this one. This one, I suck at this one. This one, I suck. I suck at skiing. This one really sucks. Chamonix, France is the setting for this event. The first Winter Olympics, I think, was there. Oh my god. I'm about to disqualify. Oh no! I got that one at least. Oh my god, I'm off on this one. Oh my god. Oh no. 2 minutes 39 seconds. 2 minutes 39.5 seconds. Okay, well, that's not bad. Not very good at skiing. Oh, log rolling. I hate this one. I'm not good at this one at all. This is good when you're playing against other players. And by the way, Chicopee, you can play up to 8 players. I used to play with this game. I used to play these games with my friends all the time. Yeah, I had them all. I have games on the other console. I have one that has Nintendo, forget it. But yeah, up to 8 players. This game. So I used to compete with my friend. We used to talk trash and all that. Oh my god. So this is log rolling. So I'm gonna compete with against the computer. He's gonna, supposed to be balancing on a log. Okay. Oh! Hear the shark. The shark. I want you to hear the music. Yeah, this looks like a local Northwest sport. Yeah, it is. From your part of the woods. last one. I never be in the computer. Never. Ah. That one was even worse than the other two. Then the first one I lasted the longest. He said throw in Bigfoot and some steamed crab and we're good to go. New record 009. Oh God. That's the score they gave me, 9 points. Oh, bull riding. This one I used to be good at, but now I lost. I need to get. I used to be good at this one. This one, all you have to do is ride the bull for 8 seconds. If you can stay on the bull for 8 seconds, then you get a score. But you gotta be on the bull for 8 seconds without 8 seconds, I believe. And they have different bulls, but this is the easiest one. I'm gonna pick the easiest one, obviously. 1.35 second. All right, let's try again. Oh my God, that's even worse. Not even a second. 0.9. 0.9. Oh yeah, 3 attempts. I forgot, I thought it was 2 attempts. Okay, I gotta redeem myself now. Here we go. Oh my God. Oh, that's it. Fault. That's my score. Fault. 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 Hey, you stuck the ceremony of fault. I'm ashamed to accept this award. Oh, caber toss. So this is Scotland. You have to run and throw the log. And you wear a kilt. I used to be good at this one too, but now I suck at this one now. I do like the music though. It has nice music. I like the music. Hear the music. Here you go. You want to hear the music? Here you go. I love the music. I need to grab a pint of Guinness. Oh. Oh my god. All right, one more time. I think it's two. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. Come on, come on. You gotta run faster. Man, I can't even toss it. It keeps falling on my foot. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. I gotta toss it now. Gotta toss it over. Alright, let's go. Oh, my stomach. Oh, oh my stomach. Oh, my stomach. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, laughing my ass off. He love my kilt. Oh my god. Oh, the kilt. That does it. The kilt. Oh my god. This one cracks me up. Oh my god. All right, so I got none. No tosses. That says fault. Fault. There you go. You got fault. Oh my god. He has more fun stubbing his toes with the log. Yeah. Oh my god. All right, there goes that one. Last event, sumo wrestling. This one, I suck at this one, so this one is very it happens fast. I get pushed off the ring. Sumo is an ancient Japanese sport and with many traditions. Well, we all know what sumo wrestling is, so and you only get one fight. I always get pushed off. It happens like fast. Loser. Daddy loser. Daddy loser. Computer winner, daddy loser. uh, at least I lasted a second. But yes, you have the home advantage. Yeah, right. Oh my god. That was the last event for this one. I get a gold, even though I'm competing with myself, so wow, there's a nail biter. Let's see who won. The nail biter. Let's see. All right, that's it. All right, so let me save it. I want to save that state because the problem with this thing, you can't save the records. So I have to save this state, the game the way it is, and I can keep on surpassing the record. Otherwise, it resets all the records. So this time I'm gonna save, and there you go. It's gonna be that one. All right. Let me see. Save it, right? So you gotta press. Right? And then there you go. Okay, so now we want to exit the game. So there you go. So that was World Games. Let me see what a super cycle is. I never played this one, so, but I'm assuming it's riding a motorcycle, so you're using I'll go with the red one. Red, red, red. Well, let's see. Probably gonna die. See, simulated this little diskette. Of course, I always started because I suck. Oh, you gotta switch gears. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about switching gears. There you go. There you go. There you go, bro. Oh. Oh, shoot. What am I doing? Now we're talking fast motorcycles. Now whip it, guy whip it, boy, guy whip it. Time to leave him in the dust. Here we go. Oh. Game over. Game over. I don't want to just stay in first. You suck at this game. Okay, I'm done with this game. All right. Oh my god, that's funny. Anyway, so there you go. Let me turn it off. So there you go. So that's shutting now. See, so that's the C64 Mini Chicopee. So about $50. They actually have the Maxi now. But that one is a working keyboard and everything. But that's like $150 or something. I forgot. Anyway, but this is good. Like for like in your case, you wasn't even born when when the original computer was out. This computer came out like in 1982 or 83. I forgot what year it was. It was from the 80s. So yeah. Anyway, what's my remote? Let me do. I'm gonna do a TV band scan. I don't know if Tasso's still here, but let me do a TV band scan to see how many channels I could pick up. So let me go to. Yeah, let me do the option. Rescan for channels. Let's see how many channels you can pick up now. I did the most average.
And a boost button for extra scent. Febreze Plug Scent Booster.
The most I ever got was 117. So on this one, you don't want to start over because you want to keep the ones that you already found. But now, I haven't done this since I think September. When was the last time I did the channel scan? September, right? Something like that. It looks like a high desert. Watch out for the rabbits. Yeah. I was getting ready to graduate high school then. Yeah. Yeah, same here. My senior, I was supposed to graduate in 1984. That was supposed to be my class of 84. That was supposed to be my high school class. But of course I dropped out, But yeah, so that's around high school age. Yeah. I mean, for us, it would have been around high school. Good morning, Jace Farley. So I'm gonna do a scan on this one. If you start over, you lose everything that you scanned before, but I don't do that. I just scan again. Let me move it over here. If I can lock it in there and see if I can. Anyway, but you can see the text. It says scan again. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if I can find a new channel. Because now all the foliage, all the trees now are bare. So yeah, that would have been my graduating class of 84. So I'm gonna scan again. So let's see how many channels it could pick up now without the foliage. And I'm gonna scan antenna only. And there we go. Let's see how many channels it can pick up. It found 13 right off the bat, so that's a good sign. Now, normally, if it finds 9, then I'm like, okay. But it found 13. The first one that came out was 13, right? So 26. Okay. So let's see. So I want to see anything over 117. 34. Okay. 42. Let's see. 45. Now, again, it's colder weather, so I don't know if that affects something, but 72 so far. Okay, that's a good sign that it did it pretty quickly. 72 so far. Years ago, I would have been happy with 72, but, 80, 86, okay. 92, there we go. 92. It gets interesting now because it could stay like that and then say, oh, you got 106 only. So right now it's kind of stuck there now, 92. So it might say, oh, you only found 106 or 103 or something. Yeah, see, it's stuck at 92 now. So that kind of, but I did it one time when Sporadic was really crazy, and I went up to like 120 something. Yeah, so see, it found 114. So right now it's disappointing. 114. So, yeah. So I'm going to try it again. I'll try it again. Let me try it again. Let me see. Actually, I was supposed to get out. Never mind.
Rick hired a prominent defense attorney and...
Okay, let me try again. Tasso stepped away, but seems that I
This
came back at
began
the
to
right
fall.
time.
The holidays approached once again.
So as the weeks
Yeah, I'm gonna
and
try it
months
again.
go on after
Let me try it
Connor's-
again. I'm gonna try it again. So is this the Roku TV slot game? So I'm gonna scan again. So anyway, I don't do scan over because then you lose everything from before. I always scan again. That's what I do. That's it. So let me try. So I found 114. So that's a little disappointing. I thought with the foliage down, I would have probably either stayed the same, 117, or I would have went maybe a couple of more. Man, there's not much out there. I think pretty much everything I'm supposed to get, I get. But there's some channels that I got once when I scanned before, and I haven't got them back. Like there's a few channels that are coming from the Trump Tower, right? That I don't get anymore. I only got them for one night. The Trump Tower is I forgot the channels. I think it's they broadcast from there. I didn't know they had a transmitter tower in the Trump Tower. So there's like a couple of it's like 3 or 4 channels that they broadcast from there. I have not gotten those channels since then. Tassel. And you're closer than me. I figured you would have got those channels, but so let's scan again. They're like conservative channels. I think they're from the Salem. Like I think 2 of them are religious, and one of them is like a conservative news. I think it's from Salem, the Salem Broadcasting or something. I forgot what it's called. I'm gonna look it up. I'll look it up on the screen and I'll tell you what the name. I forgot off the top of my head. I can't remember the name. All right, let's do antenna, and we're gonna try again. Yeah, it was like channel number. It was actually like 1.3. It was 1. It was not even channel 2. It was channel 1, I think, if I remember. Yeah, it was like 1 dot. I forgot. I have to look at it. I'll look it up. I'll look it up for you. But I never got them again. I only had them for one night. No, not New York one. It's not New York one. It's they're over the air, but they're man, I'm trying to remember one of them. One of them is a famous conservative news thing. I can't remember which one. And it's broadcast from the Trump Tower. I didn't know they broadcast TV signals from there. Trump Tower, 843 feet above the ground. 840, I think it's 830 something feet. That's the distance of the height of the Trump Tower and the antenna. So, see, he's doing 92 again. It's stuck at 92. It's probably gonna be the same thing, 104 or whatever. Anyway, after this, I'll just do a quick channel scan. I'm gonna lower the volume though. Now see if even though it might pick up 104, but maybe it might pick up that one. I don't know, but I doubt it because that night it was like one. That night when I did it, I had like 121, and it picked up those channels, some other channels. Anyway, let me lower the volume first. Actually, I'm just gonna mute it. Let me mute it. And then we'll watch live TV, and then I'll go through it. Tassel, of course, you know that New York one, Danny, I think is in the Bronx. They also have a News 12 on cable. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I would think because of the foliage, or now all the foliage is gone, I would have got maybe, those channels too. But, let's see. Let's see what we get. Yeah, News 12, that's, because that's Cablevision, Optimum. Because you're in Queens, right? Do you get what's your cable service, Tassel? You get you have Spectrum? My ear's itchy, sorry. Do you have Spectrum or you have okay? Yeah, so Spectrum is news. So Spectrum is news one. Yeah, Time One. Okay, yeah. So over here we have Optimum or Cablevision. It used to be Cablevision, and then it's Optimum. Now it's Altice. Actually, now it's called Altice. So Altice or Cablevision, they own the News 12. They own them. So there's a News 12 in the Bronx. There's several News 12. There's News 12 in the Bronx. There's News 12 Westchester, that's us. And then there's News 12, I believe there's one in New Jersey. No, not New Jersey. Not New Jersey, excuse me. Connecticut. Oh, yeah, News 12 Connecticut. And News 12, I think Long Island. I'm not sure if I remember. Yeah, you can stream News 12, but it's a condensed version of it. It's not the but yeah, you can stream it. They have it on Roku. It's on Roku. They have it in there too. But also I think I don't know. But you can stream it. Anyway, let me go to the let me see what they're showing. So let me start at 2. Let me see if it skips 2. Okay, so let's start at 2. Okay, so I'm gonna start at 2. Yeah, News 12 Edison, New Jersey, Raritan. Okay. Yeah, so there is there is a News 12 in New Jersey. Okay. So 2.1, 2.2. Let me bring it up a little bit. Right there. 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. Yeah, so I didn't get those channels because they would have been like one. It's like one that 1.3, 1.3 something. Those are the ones I call them the Trump channels. Trump Tower one, but I didn't get those. Yeah, this is the only TV I have over the air now. Because let me point it the other way for a minute. I don't want to get hit with a copyright. Yeah, that's the only TV I have because the one upstairs I mounted it on the wall, and that one we only use for streaming. So I had to point the camera away because if I leave it too long on one channel, I'll get hit with a copyright and they'll shut me down. So, all right, let me switch it back. Yeah, so this is the only one that's hooked up to an over-the-air antenna. And this one, that's it. Directly. There's no amplifier, no nothing. Wow, look at those crabs. My God, look at the size of those crabs. Yeah, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. Yeah, I'm wall mounted the one upstairs too. So now that all my TVs are wall mounted. Yeah, all the TVs are wall mounted now. So yeah, so they're it's much more space upstairs now. Yeah, I would say I suggest if you want more space in your living area, get a wall mounted if you can. Much better than having something like this. Than having one of these entertainment center thing with the wall with the mount. You better off just wall mounting. They're super inexpensive. All you need is a stud finder. Now, if you have plaster walls, that's going to be a problem because it's hard to locate the stud. But there's ways you can do it. You need a magnet. I can make a video on that, but the wall, the TV where I mounted at, that part is frame. It's not plaster wall, so it's easy to locate the stud. I'll just use. Let me show you what I use. I'm gonna point it away because I wanna. If you don't, let me go get it. I'll show you what I use to because you want to locate the stud. All right, you want to locate the stud. So what you need to do is you need to get a magnet. I'll show you the one that I have. There you go. Because I don't want to point that at the TV and then I get hit with a copyright. So I'll show you. I'll point it like that. So this is a stud finder. Right? What you do is you press this button and you run it through the wall and then you line it up. And you run this through the stud and then you line it up. And then it's just pretty easy to use. But sometimes people, if you don't have a stud finder, I recommend this. This is a magnet. There's magnets behind this. These are very powerful magnets. These are neodymium magnets. Right? And it has a level. And you put this on the wall. And whenever there's a nail head, boom, magnetic. It stays there. And then that's where you mark it. And you find the stud. You try to center it. And then you could plumb it. It has that little level thing. You can plumb it, right? You put it right there, like to level it on the wall. And then you mark it. You can mark it right there. So this is actually much better to do. The only thing you can't tell this electrical now. That's why you need something like this. But if you already know your wall wiring, then you should have a problem. For example, the kitchen, I had to use both. I use this first to find the nail, and then I will verify with this because I had no margin for error in the kitchen. I had to get it right. There's no drilling 2 holes on a cabinet. It doesn't work that way. No, I don't have a kitchen. I'm talking about for the cabinets. Hanging cabinets I use, for the cabinets. Because you got to find the stud to anchor the cabinet into the stud on the wall. Cabinets are going to hold a lot of weight. Yeah, you don't want to mess that up. Exactly. You don't want to mess that up. So you got to anchor it into the cabinet, into the stud. The stud. Same thing here. You see those brackets? I took it out this time and I did it, I located the stud and boom. Before I had like this time I took it out and I did, yeah. Yeah, and I use those anchors. By the way, for the TV mount upstairs, I use those anchors too. I didn't use the ones that were included on the TV mount because they were too big and bulky, and they were they were long, but not too long. I wanted using the real long ones for the cabinet ones. I put on the TV upstairs because the TV upstairs only weighs 28 pounds. Cabinets are a lot heavier than 28 pounds, so I use those screws, the long screws, for the. But yeah, that's what you use. You can use a stud finder, but if you don't have one, get one of these. These are inexpensive. They're like $10. Amazon, I bought mine. I'll try to put the link in the description for this one and the stud finder. This is from Walmart, but this is Amazon. And these are very powerful magnets. These are neodymium magnets. These are the very powerful magnets. So just as any nail head behind the wall, this will stick to it. Okay, and that's what I use to mount this TV behind me, and the kitchen cabinets and the TV upstairs. I use both. All right, so let me keep on scanning. So yeah, the only thing, plaster walls are tricky, and the reason why I say plaster walls are tricky. Let me move it over here because again, I don't want to. The reason why plaster walls are tricky because they have a lot of little nails, right? It's called plaster and lath or lathe. How you pronounce that? The old walls that have plaster. If you live in an old apartment building, like from the 80-year-old building or whatever, 100 years old, they still have plaster walls on it. Those are going to be harder to locate the stud. So you're going to have to pass the magnet, and where there's a lot of little nails at, most likely that's going to be your stud right there. It's a little trickier. But you can do it with a plaster wall too. It's just a little trickier. Like your regular stud finder is not going to work on a plaster wall. It's better to use the magnet for that. And, because, like I don't know if Tasso lives in an old building or not. I don't know. I don't know his. But I know in New York City, there's a lot of old buildings like the 100-year-old, like my house. Half of my living room is still plaster walls. So, that part of the living room I didn't mount it. I mounted on the other side where they had the drywall and the frame. That's easier. It's easy to locate the stud and boom. 5.5. But plaster walls are trickier. But once you get on that stud, that's it. It's anchored. It's not gonna go anywhere. So I get all the major channels. James Farley, plaster walls used to have a horizontal wooden slats between the studs. Yeah, it's tricky. It's a little tricky. And sometimes you might have to do trial and error. Maybe drill a couple of anchor a couple of spots. That way you could patch it up if you're gonna put the TV behind it anyway. Until you locate the stud, because you want to really locate the stud. You don't want to get it on the horizontal, the wooden slats, whatever you call them. So right now, like I said, I get the major channels. 104 is 104 is still pretty good. A good amount of channels. But I want to see what I lost so far. So I got all the major networks. All right, 9.5. I'm gonna go a little faster. 11.1. Okay. And then from here I should go to 13. Oh, 12. Okay, I got 12. 12 is I forgot what 12 is. I think it's anyway, tassel, so 12.1. There's no signal. Of course, 13. PBS Kids. And then this channel, I'm gonna skip fast because this is the one I got hit with a copyright. This First Nation Experience, whatever, FNX. Okay, there you go. And then 15 is Jury Television. 16 is also Jury Television. And that's not it. You're gonna get a lot of repeats soon. Walk TV is I believe religious. 16.2. I think it's religious, is it? And then 16.3 again is Jury Television again. So Ace TV is 16.4. And then WLIW, Long Island. So this is Long Island. Long Island PBS. Create, Long Island. World, that's all Long Island. Arts. And then 22 is another, again, Jury Television. And then Wasa is, I believe, Port Jervis. So this is Port Jervis. That's up there. Port Jervis, right? If I remember. So this is up there by Ramapo. So Port Jervis. And then of course NYC WN whatever NYC Gov whatever NYC NY Life NYC. So this in New York City NYC Gov. CUNY TV is this one 25.3. And see CUNY TV. And then you got Ion 31. So of course Law and Order. I call it the Law and Order channel because all I see is Law and Order stuff. Bounce, well, we all know what Bounce is. Tailored to the African American. 31.3 is what is that one? I'm trying to remember. Well, this one is not showing anything. 31.4 is just like that too. 31.5 is Ion Plus. I'm waiting for the thing to. Okay, ION Plus. 31.6 is nothing. 31.7 is just. So you're gonna get a whole bunch of these too. You know. And this one is with this RCA antenna right here. The RCA antenna. That's what I'm using on ODA. Okay, I got a toolbox right here. I need to move that toolbox thing out the way. 31.9 is the same, not much. 31.16 is nothing. It's just like that. 31.18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30 is all like this. And then 32.1, let me see if I get a signal, if I get anything. No, I'm not getting anything right now. 32.2 is Spanish. I'm not getting anything. I think it's 32. No, I'm not getting anything on either one. And then, of course, this is, channel 3, right? But it's 33. So MeTV, Tunes, MeTV Tunes, Laugh TV, West. That's I guess Westerns. Yeah, Westerns. Let's see West. So this is a new one. This is a way. I think it was a few months now. Yeah, that too. It could be also a video codec. That it could be that too. James Farley. I think those blind channels might have a different video codec. I think it might be the codec. By the way, this TV is almost it's quite a few years old already. It's at least 7 years old now. So it could also be the codec. Might be that too. It could be that too. So I had it there for too long. I hope I didn't get the warning. I'm gonna have to tell YouTube to block that. Maybe that too. Because that happened too, by the way, Tasso. They may be waiting to lease them out. Yeah, that could be that too. Because I noticed that too on a few channels. They were blank for a long time, and then now there's content on it. So this, by the way, over the air is always changing. So that's why it's recommended that you do a scan every few months. Because it changes. From 1 year to another, it dramatically changes channels. These last few years have been changing a lot. So I recommend doing this at least every 3 months. Story Television, MeTV Plus. No, I don't want to get it. I got one. I got one and they said it was pretty good, but it's not. Let me move it away here for a minute. No, believe it or not, I have an external tuner. That's the one that Antenna Man recommended. That's the one that he uses for his testing in the early. Now he has another box. They branded with his name on it. It's like the Antenna Man box or something. Of course now he's all commercial. I said in the beginning of the live stream when some channels, when they get too big, they're not the same. But there's a box that he recommended in the beginning. That's the one that I bought. That one did pretty good for a long time, but compared to this TV, my TV beats that box, hands down. When it comes to getting all the channels, getting the number of channels, it's not even close. I mean, it beats it by 30 channels. It's not even close, the comparison. So external TV, external tuner, I have not seen one that can beat this Roku box. At first, I thought the Roku tuner was not that good. But yeah, this Roku tuner is pretty good. So, yeah, I think the external tuner thing I think it just depends on your TV. I think it depends on your location. Yeah, but I'm okay. Yeah, I think he's good, but I think he's running his course now. I think that once you've done so many antenna comparisons, he's getting old. And there's a box, it's supposedly like an antenna box or something that tells you to. You can do that with any with the box that I have. You can do the same thing. I can do the signal strength and all that. That's the one that he recommended in the beginning. But then now he has a rebranded box with his name on it. So now he's selling that one. So yeah, I know you're a fan of his, and that's great. I do like his I do like his videos, but I think now I don't watch his videos anymore because there's nothing new to add to it. It's repetitive now. How many antennas can you review before it gets old? Now lately he's been talking about ATSC 3.0 and this and that. It's quite frankly, it's not entertaining anymore. So yeah, I'm sorry to say that, and I say like it is here, but at some point it runs its course. And like I said, that box that he recommended is pretty good, but my Roku TV beats it by a lot. The external tuner. It's right over there, sitting right over there. It's not connected to anything because my Roku TV has a better tuner built in. It's not even close. I mean, this one can pick up 117, whatever. That antenna, I'm lucky if I get 90. Not even 90. Not even. I'm not even 90. I should have said 90. 80. 80 channels. That TV box. I had it hooked up here. Direct TV box to that. Not even close. The Roku tuner beats it by a lot. It's not even close. He's not one or two channels. It's 80 to 117. That's a lot. That's a big difference. So yeah, so it's not even close. Yeah. No, I'm not bashing him. I'm just saying that, in my opinion, I think his channel have kind of run the course now. That's why, like I said, with my channel, I have to, I have to do something, because this. I'm not gonna call him a one-trick pony, but it gets repetitive. How many antennas can you review? The ping, ding, ding, and the antenna that nobody wants you to buy, whatever. After a while, it gets flat. It's not. We get it. We get it that the 500-mile antennas are now good. Let me move it over here because I'm stopping too much on the channel. So I get it that if you see an antenna that says advertised, 180,000 miles, it's not going to happen. It's not real. Or antennas rated for 400 miles. Or that, you know what I mean? We all know that's garbage. So, if you watch his videos after a while, it gets repetitive. Especially when you keep saying the same thing. HD is just a gimmick. When they put HD in the box, that's just a gimmick. All antennas can pick up HD. You know what I mean? I understand people that are loyal to him. That's great. But I'm very realistic. When after I learn a few things from a particular person, if there's anything compelling anymore to watch, I don't watch it anymore. That's all. It's a tough business. You always got to keep on. You always got to keep on top of things. Like I said earlier, I was on another live stream a couple of weeks ago, and the guy, bashes my FT8 contacts. And I said, I will not go to his live stream ever again. I try to extend the olive branch. So I'm done. Because there's nothing compelling to listen to anymore. You know, you gotta remember something. I started not knowing what I know now. So now I don't have to go to if I want to know anything about this particular product, I know how I can find it other ways now. Thank you, Gemini. You see what I'm saying? I'm not bashing anybody. It's just that, you know, it gets old. I'm sorry. Sorry if I break your heart on that, but it's true. It gets old. Just like the other one, when I told him, you know, I went for free, remember? When I got my license through QRZ. I got it for free. And right now I got hit with copyright. I know there's gonna be a copyright. It's been there for so long, a copyright. I hope not, but I'm gonna have to edit that. 34.7. Let me keep it. Parking Wars. This is Busted. Busted channel, whatever, Busted. I guess I do a lot of you know, like the cheating stuff and all that. So Busted. Right now over the air is like cable. The way cable used to be. Remember cable the way it used to be, except for, of course, for HBO. But I'm talking about not premium channel. Like basic cable. Over there is like basic cable now. What it used to be back then. Like the early days of basic cable, that's what over the air is now. Story television, it's like History Channel. Right? Of course, 41 is Univision. Yeah, but at QRZ1 radio, it's not that bad. It's actually rebranded. I believe that one is the original radio was TYT. There's a brand called TYT or something like that. It's a rebranded radio. There's several makers that make that radio. Let me find mine. I think it's let me reach. I think it's this one. Let me see. Is it this one? Yeah, here you go. I got it right here. I don't want to knock anything over. Let me be careful. So right here. See? It's pretty good. It's not bad. So my local repeater on 2 meters, I pick it up with no problem with this radio, even in the basement. Loud and clear. So it's not bad. And I actually spoke on the repeater with this radio. It's pretty good. So this is the radio that I got for free from when I got my license. And it was what it was, Gigaparts. They basically what they do is they give you a voucher code, free for the cover the price of it, and that's it. And then I ordered it, and then I got it for free. You know, the price of the radio, they wipe it out with the voucher code, and you get it for free. That's how I got mine. 41.3 is what is that? What is that? BT2? I forgot what that one is. Oh yeah, bounce. 42.1. I don't get a picture for that one. I don't get a picture for that one. So 42.2, no picture. 42.3, 42.4. Story television, 43.1. Okay. 43.2. MeTV Plus. MeTV, 43.3. Tunes. MeTV Tunes. Retro TV, 43.8. Heart TV. This is EMLW 43.12. Of course, this is Telemundo 47.1. This is Teleexitos 47.2. This is WRNN 48.1. So right now this is Shop Live, I guess. Yeah, jewelry. Shop LC. Okay. This is Roar TV. Roar. This is the 365 channel. So this is like African American, like Bounce TV, similar. This is Outlaw TV. So this is kind of like Western theme. QVC2 48.5. This is Connecticut Public Television 49.1 WEDW Connecticut Public Television. So, and then on my FM tuner, I pick up the radio station also, WEDW. It comes in, what is it, 88.1 on the FM dial. 50.1 is New Jersey, WNJN, that's New Jersey Public Television. But right now, I'm not. Sometimes I do get the picture, but right now it's not getting the picture. But sometimes I get the picture, and that one is New Jersey Public Television. I think that's in Monmouth, New Jersey. So it's right over the Hudson. Monmouth, I think it's Monmouth. I'm not sure. Quote me if I'm wrong. I believe anyway. If I believe it's Monmouth. If I'm wrong. Not Trenton. No, I think it's Monmouth. I'm not sure. Another Jersey public television. So I get the signal, but not strong enough for the picture. So WNJB, so that's New Jersey also. WNJB 0.2. And then this is 63 point. This is Estrella. So this is a Spanish channel, Estrella TV. And then you got Mystery TV. Yeah, New Brunswick. Okay, thank you. Yeah, New Brunswick. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, New Brunswick. This is Mystery. I am Mystery. This is NTD. That's Chinese language. Although right now it's I guess because Saturday morning, whatever, it's infomercial. But this is Chinese television, and then there's the other Chinese television, NTD TV. Right? Yeah, it's another Chinese. I thought it was Korean, but it's Chinese. And then JTV again. Another JTV and channel. And then as Aliento. That's family oriented religious programming. Then you have audio. This is audio only. This is Korean Christian Broadcasting Network. So this is Korean KCBN, Korean Christian Broadcasting Network. Okay. So it's audio. And then this is the other audio one. WDNJ. And that one is music, Spanish Christian music. And then you have 68.1, which is Futura or Telefutura. I don't know what it's called now. Now it's just WFUT. So that's Spanish, of course. And then you got the Crime Network. True Crime Network. Which is one of my favorite channels, by the way. This is the most, probably out of all the channels, the most watched for me. And the Oxygen Crime, the other one. I like to watch a lot of crime stuff. Those are my top two channels that I watch. And then last but not least, Get TV. Of course, Sanford and Son is on now. 68.3, that's Get TV. And there you go. So let me get out of that. Let me go back up here. Let me close this door for a minute. Nobody's there. Okay. So there you go. TV band scan. I know. Big dummy Lamont. Yeah, I know. Those were the, I used to enjoy watching all that. Hello, RT08. I hope you're doing well. I hope you and your family's doing well. James Farley. I also got a used PL A80 on eBay of a while ago, and he sent me a Sony 2010 for $75. That works. That's pretty good. That's a good deal. The 2010 one, yeah, that's a good deal. That's a nice. You got them both. Okay. Yeah, that's a very good price. And then James Farley, yeah, I agree. Our RT08, yeah, that's a very good price for those two. Right? That's a very good price. The A80 is still a good radio. I was very close to buying one years ago, but I wanted to go in with the 660 because I think there was only one issue about it. I forgot what it was exactly. I can't remember what it was. It had an ongoing issue with something, so I kind of like. Then maybe I shouldn't get this one right now. Plus, that one was a lot more money back then compared to the PL660. So, and then the Sony 2010, that's a class. That's a classic radio. That's just a classic Sony shortwave radio. That's a great radio. It's one of the best radios ever made, I believe. James Farley, I wanted the Texan H501. On Amazon, quick sale for $260. Yeah, that's not bad. As I said before, I said it yesterday. I'm done buying new radios. I'm done. I'm happy with what I have. I'm probably looking to give some away eventually. Maybe I don't know, at some point. Because right now my problem is storage, is space. Right now, I have no more space to put anything. So, and plus, like I said, I'm kind of getting away from all radio content. It is what it is. I'm very happy with the collection that I have now. I don't want to. I had companies send me this. They want to send me another handheld to review, and I go, no, I'm not. I don't want no more handheld. That's it. I don't want to want even a DMR radio. This is a real good DMR radio. I don't because I already have two DMR radios, and I'm happy with this one. $50 radio. I'm happy with this one. I know the Anytone radio, whatever. I forgot what model it is. It's about $300 or $400. No, I'm not gonna spend for a DMR radio. No, I'm not doing all forget about that. You know, like I talked about earlier in the live stream, LC90. No, I'm not gonna spend it. I'm not gonna buy an LC90. You know, I'm not gonna buy it. I have a lot of good radios that are good in different bands. I talked about earlier today about the Quangshan TK11. Right now, I will not buy this radio. I have not done a full review on this radio, but I'm gonna tell you right now, this radio is not worth the money. You know, I said it before. I said this is horrible. This antenna thing is horrible. It's a potential weak spot that's gonna break. I think they should have put a BNC connector here instead of this garbage. The UI on this thing is horrible. The user interface on this is horrible. I'm gonna say it's no other way, horrible. When you have to do 3 levels of button inputting just to listen to medium wave, just to get to the medium wave band, is horrible. It's horrible. I'm sorry. And then the performance on every band is mediocre at best, but some of them are just horrible. So this radio to me is a bust right now. I was trying to use this radio. It's just not worth my attention. They fell off the mark. You know, I guess they were trying to capitalize on the success of this radio, the K5 or the K6. And this radio was very successful because of the software mods. So they say, "Oh, let's take a step up. Let's make it a step up and make it into a whole hardware solution." They failed. That's what happens. They overshot their, Sometimes you got to go with what works for you, and that's it. And don't try to do too much on a radio. And I think that's what happened here. They try to jam in here every freaking band known to mankind. But they all suck. No other way to put it. You know? I'd rather have one radio that does. I want to have excuse me, sorry. I'd rather have one radio that does one thing very good, and then get another radio that does something very good. You understand? When you try to make a radio that does everything, it never works. There's no radio that is going to be perfect on everything. There's none. There's not going to be any. So, yeah, it's a cute radio, but now they're getting crazy with it. Now, I stopped. I did that mod for the video, and that's it. Now there's mods to you can listen. You can do decode FT8 on there, CW decoder on there. It's ridiculous. Now it's just stupid. I'm sorry. It's a cute radio for what it is. You know, it is a cute radio for what it is. But now all these mods now they're getting ridiculous. And let me put RDS on a little screen. Just stop. You know, I left the group a few months ago. I left the group because it was just getting stupid. It was just really stupid. And plus, they made a I know you have the newer version. Of course, I got the first one, but they have newer version. They even had that with the metal case and all that, which is nice. But now it's getting ridiculous with the EO. What is it? The database for the shortwave. So it tells you what you're listening to. The ELBI space, whatever it's called, whatever. Also, like I said, FT8 decoder, CW decoder. What else? They have all these mods for it, but it's like, okay, at some point, bro, it's a $20 radio. Like, You know what I'm saying? Like people always trying to find like, I guess it's it gets to the point where it's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep up with it. Because at some point it's gonna be like, okay, my opinion, bro, you don't got nothing better to do with your life than keep, you know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous, It's a little freaking $20 radio. You really gonna decode FT8 on that radio? I mean, seriously, you can do it with your phone. You can decode FT8 with your phone. It works well. It works well. So why would you want to, like, it's just like people want to keep pushing the envelope with it. Oh, I did this and this. Oh, let me do this mod. It's like they keep trying to one up each other with the mods. Like when I did the color theme mod that I updated, that's cute. The color theme. Yeah, like I'm not like exactly me. I'm not doing no more updates on it. I like the updates that I had. That's it. But like it's like the group turned into a competition. Remember when I first joined that group, there was only 100 people. Not even 100 people. When I joined that group, it was under 100 people. Right? It was under 100. If you look at my video and I recommended a Facebook group, some people even say, oh, I'm not going on that Facebook group. I don't want Facebook anymore. I don't use Facebook. I said, well, that's the only place you're going to get the... But anyway, now, before I left, that group had I think it went over 1,000 or something. I forgot what the number was. But now it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. With all the mods now. Oh, I got a mod that can do this and this and this and this and this. It's, come on, just stop. Let's chill. Just chill out. Just give it up already. Like, stop. I guess, at some point it's like, okay, enough is enough. I guess, that's I know people are gonna say, well, that's the tweaker. That's the not tweaker. That's the name of the word, tweaker. That's actually done. Yeah, you don't want to be a tweaker. Like the hack. Okay, that's the person that likes to hack stuff. Yeah, but again, it's a $20 radio. Mine is a $20 radio. Literally, it was $22 when I bought mine. So at some point, it's like, okay, enough is enough with the updates. Wow. Like, oh, mine can do Wi-Fi and upload the database into the radio when I'm listening to my radio. Like how much, you know what I mean? It just gets absurd. I'm sorry. Just stop. Yeah, I know, James. Yeah, version 3. Yeah, I know that's I was thinking about getting that one, but then I got to I was thinking about getting that one, but then you know what I did at the forum, the group. They kept with the but I could do this and I could do that. And I was like, okay, I'm tired of this. It exhausted me. That's the word. It's exhausting. Although my video still gets a few views for the original update, and even when I bricked it temporarily, I show people how to recover from it. It still get views, but yeah, I can't keep up with all the new stuff now. I can't. I stopped doing that. I stopped trying to keep up with things. And of course, they came out with that radio that has the TF6686 and then the SI 4732 in one radio, and you could switch it between the two. And I said, that's stupid. And I said, I'll forget it. Like at first, when people posted the clickbait, oh, this is the SI, this is the TF6686 with a single sideband. No, it's not. Wrong. It's actually this radio and that radio in one box. That's all it is. It's that radio and this radio in one box. And you physically have to switch between the two. That's all it is. So yeah, it's ridiculous. All right, so let me read up on the comments here. I'm approaching 4 hours, and I think let me see. Let me see if anybody wants to talk about anything. We can. If not, I'm gonna wrap it up. I got my hours for today. Pretty much. I was on yesterday for almost 2 hours. Today I'm gonna wait till I'm gonna hit about 4 hours, and then yeah, we'll see. Tasso, do you have a TV? You have a TV in the kitchen? No, we don't have a TV in the kitchen. Not in the kitchen. We have a 55 inch in the living room. There's a 55 inch, and then in their bedroom there's a 40 inch on the wall. There's a 40 inch on the wall, and those are the ones that are mounted on the wall. Actually, those are the only TVs that I'm. And of course, I have this 37-inch ancient Vizio right here on the floor. I mean, not on the floor, that one. And that one I'm gonna clean. That's what I'm gonna do today. For the rest of the day, I'm gonna clean this out. I have a console over there. I'm gonna hook it up here. I'm thinking about bringing down the Amiga computer and hook it up here, but I don't know yet. Because last time I fired up the Amiga, it was giving me issues. So I don't know. And then this Commodore little thing is gonna stay here for now, and I also have a Raspberry Pi 400 sitting right there. I need to put it here and set it up with the what do they call that? RetroPie. And that one, I'm gonna put other games in there. And I still got the Xbox upstairs. Remember the Xbox? I don't know. For those that you saw my retro gaming channel, you know I have an Xbox that's modded. I have two of them actually. But one of them is modded with something called Coin Ops. And that one has about 4,000 something games in it. A lot of retro games. So that one too, I'm gonna hook it up to this TV. And see. So I can play games here. Because I want to do stuff on my retro gaming channel. So I want to go back and forth. Although today I played a couple of games, whatever. Let me see what else. So James Foley, maybe time to get an external tuner. No, I was skeptical about this tuner, but I learned a few things about the antennas. Number one, what happened? It was I learned a lot of lessons, and one of them was using amplifier. Sometimes when you use an amplifier, it actually hurts your television reception. Also, another mistake I did years ago was combining two antennas. If you're gonna combine two antennas, it's best to do one VHF antenna and one UHF antenna, not two antennas pointing in different directions. Just one VHF, one for the VHF, of course, and one for the UHF, and that's it. Because if you try to do like what I did, I had like three at one time. I believe I was flirting with four. You put in a different direction, you're gonna create multipath, and that's what happened to me. And a lot of it was knocking each other out. So that's what happened. So I learned that lesson. Combining antennas. The only time you want to combine antennas is if you have a dedicated VHF antenna and a dedicated UHF antenna. And then the combiner, for example, I have a combiner that has VHF only and UHF only. And then it sends it. But also, if you're combining antennas, another thing I learned is not to use an amplifier. When you're combining antennas, the worst thing to do also is amplify. So that was a basic mistake number, whatever number you want to call it. I combine antenna and then I put it to amplify it. They say don't do that. Don't do that. So if you're going to combine antennas, don't use an amplifier. Just run it all the way through the TV or to the distribution box. So that's another thing because that creates issues too with the amplifier. There's a lot of things I learned. So it's not the tuner, this tuner, but it was for me. My mistakes was up there with the antennas. I was trying to combine them when I shouldn't combine them, and I shouldn't use amplifiers when. See, right now I'm running 75 feet of coax straight into this TV from up there. No amplifiers. And you see, I got all the major channels, all the major networks, no problem. And I got 100, whatever. So I learned my lesson about amplifiers. Because I don't live far. I'm not far from the transmitters. For most of them, New York City transmitters, they're 14, 15 miles away. That's it. That's not far. But I'm in a hilly area, in hills and valleys and all that. But I point in the general direction to that area. Yeah, can I go up there with a small TV thing and pinpoint it? Yeah, I can. But I'm pretty good. It's pretty good. And this is not the best antenna in the world for that. I could have got a bigger outdoor antenna, and I would have really could have got the stray ones. I could have really locked those up a little more. But I'm good. I'm good with the antenna. I'm good. So I learned a lot about the antenna. Because remember, I had the Clearstream, but those are omnidirectional. And that was another mistake. I'm using omnidirectional antennas when I live in a 2-edge. This, by the way, this is not a lot per line of sight. This is considered 2-edge. 2-edge because of the hills. Even though I'm only 15 miles away, it's not LOS, line of sight. This is 2-edge. So the omnidirectional, actually, that's another thing that hurt me because they don't have enough gain. So I learned that too. Compared to this Yagi, this got a lot more gain than the Clearstream omnidirectional. Okay, because this is directional. So I learned all that. So now, knowing what I know now, I would have never bought the Clearstream. I would have just wound up buying this one or bigger one or better, And that would have been it. Instead, I was playing around with this Clearstream and the other Clearstream, and I'm trying to combine two of them. It was horrible. So I learned a lot. Nothing wrong with that. So yeah. So external tuner didn't matter. It didn't matter. It's just the antenna. Tasso, the Roku interface works very well. It doesn't seem. Yeah, I know. At first, many years ago, I had a Roku device. This is almost years ago, and Roku was at its infancy back then. It was not bad, but it was not that good either. And then later on, when it came out Roku TVs, I was still skeptical because I already didn't like the device. But I had to buy this TV because this TV was $297 for a 55-inch. Not this year, 7 years ago. It was $297 7 years ago. That is a steal. So I pulled the trigger on this. I said, I want to pull the trigger on this TV. I don't, if it doesn't, whatever. And it has not disappointed me. So, and Roku's been updating a lot. And now they have all the streaming content now and all that is beautiful now. So now I recommend Roku TVs now. I went from a skeptic to a believer of Roku TV. They have come a long way, and now they have their own content. Now they have their own like Netflix. Netflix has their own content. Amazon Prime has their own content. Roku has their own content now. They make Roku exclusive content. So they're like they came a long way. So now I'm like converted Roku. I love Roku now. So yeah, so it works well. So yeah. So anyway, I still think Antennaman is good. He is good. It's just that I'm, just same old stuff, and it gets old. That's all. Sorry. What do you want me to do? Lie? Sorry. Not gonna happen. Yeah. Oh, so you won the auction. So you won the auction for the PL A80. He didn't send it to me after. He didn't send me. He sent me the 2010 and said, "Okay." Oh, okay. That's why. Okay. Yeah, it's 4732 mini. Still a nice radio. It is. I haven't used mine in months. It's just sitting there. What else? No, I'm not doing any updates on it. Yes, Amy, I'm not doing no more updates on that radio. I'm happy with the way it is. Have you been listening to Lionel? Sometimes I do, but sometimes I just can't listen to him. Actually, I don't listen much of. I don't. Uh, okay. Well, we could talk about that. I haven't been listening much to WABC anymore. Period. One reason is that here goes the Curtis Lewa thing. Here we go. I'm gonna say it. They threw him under the bus. I didn't like the way they treated him. I know supposedly he had no chance of winning, but they never backed him up. I understand they're not supposed to back up anybody. A lot of things happen. A lot of bad things happen on that race. That this mayor's there now. Tasso's mayor. Mandami, whatever, Mamdani. So I thought he had a chance. I thought in the beginning Sliwa had a chance. So, anyways, it's gonna be 4-hour mark, so I don't care. We'll talk about this now. We could talk about this now because right now this is extra. Oh, this is just extra time. So what happened was on the Democratic side it was Cuomo and somebody else. I forgot a couple other people. And Mandami, whatever. And at that point, Cuomo was ahead by a lot. I mean, he wasn't even close. But I think what happened was people started anointing him right away. Oh, Cuomo's the front runner. Oh, he's gonna be the front runner. He got lazy. He got lazy. He said he thought he had the Democrat what you call it, nomination on the in the bag. And of course, people were going to ask him about all the stuff that happened about the old people, the COVID stuff. And he was not answering questions. He just dodged he didn't campaign at all. So this Mandami guy just snuck up on him and beat him. At that point, they should have stopped talking about Cuomo. They didn't do that. Oh, he's not going to be an independent. They kept putting him in the spotlight. That was big mistake number one. They should have never done that. And then Eric Adams drops out. So you think all those votes will go? You think some of those votes would go to Sliwa? No. The WABC, they just kept talking about Cuomo. Because we don't want to see Mandami. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just, you know what? If you're not going to back up this guy, then don't back up this guy. Just shut up. But of course, they're not going to do that because there's a radio station. They have to talk about something. But I didn't expect all of them to throw him under the bus. I know there's a rule, FCC rule, that you're not supposed to favor any particular candidate. I get all that. But they did it anyway. They did it with this guy. And that's what bothered me. And I lost trust in that. I lost trust in that station because of that. Believe it or not, I did. I was like, wow, they're really throwing this guy under the bus. Like they should have, You know, then they started talking about he should have dropped out. Like, first of all, why should he drop out? He's a Republican. Since when a Republican is going to drop out for a Democrat? That never happens. You know? So I think they treated him bad. They really treated him bad. And that shit, I didn't like that. I said, man, they threw him under the bus. They didn't treat him bad. They straight up threw him under the bus. And I know what happened. Yeah, he only got 7% of the vote. But by then, he was already, they already threw him under the bus. Everybody threw him under the bus. You know? But the problem is that they also propped up the other guys too much. You know? They propped up Cuomo too much. Remember, a couple of years ago, this man, nobody wanted to touch this man. They said, no, we don't want Cuomo at all. We don't want Cuomo at all. And then they changed overnight. I was shocked. Oh, he's the only one that has a chance to be Mandami. He should have never got to that point. If the guy wasn't such an, because I'm going to say Cuomo's an asshole. I'm sorry, people. Andrew Cuomo is an asshole. He's an asshole. He's an arrogant fucking asshole. And he thought he was just going to walk in there and he was going to beat everybody. And that didn't happen. You got to put in the work. And you got to answer questions. And he didn't do that for the primary, the Democratic primary. And then Mandami snuck up on him and took it. And once he took it from him, that's it. Now he's an independent. You know, and then it was, Cuomo or Adam, one of them going to have to drop out because they're both independent. And then they start talking about Sliwa dropping out. And my thing is, why the fuck should he drop out? He's a Republican. He don't think I'm a Republican. I don't give a fuck about what Democrats are fighting about, right? Why am I going to care? You know? Sorry, I'm choking right now. So I didn't understand that part. Now he's going to be a spoiler. No, he's not going to be a spoiler. He's a Republican. You shouldn't have to worry about what the other side, if they're fighting among themselves. You know? I didn't understand that. You know? Now, in the general election, if people are still going to vote for this guy, then you get what you deserve. That's what happened. It's not that he was a spoiler. I'm sorry, people. It's that too many New Yorkers, even though it was only 50% or 51%, voted for Mandami. It was only barely half of all the vote. And I think Cuomo got like 46%. And I think Sliwa got like 7 or something. I forgot what the number is. My point is, it didn't matter. They were still going to vote for this guy. You know, that's it. There's too many stupid New Yorkers. I'm sorry. I live in the state of New York, but I live in Yonkers. I don't live in New York City. But there's too many stupid New Yorkers that still want this. You know, when anytime you say free shit, they go crazy. That's what happened. Oh, he's going to do free buses. Let's go. We're going to vote for the free bus guy. They have no common sense. They think, you know, because you throw out the word free, they go crazy. You know? And that's what happened. So it's not Sliwa's fault that they lost the race. It was just too many stupid people vote for. There's too many stupid people that haven't learned their lesson. They didn't learn their lesson under de Blasio. They didn't learn their lesson under de Blasio. Eric Adams wasn't any better. And you would think after those two mayors, they would say, you know what, we need a we need a Republican. That's it. We need something away from them. And they still didn't do it. And that's what happened. There's too many stupid people still voting for stupid people. And there you go. So it's not Sliwa's fault. And that's why I listen to the station. I listen to it. But I don't listen to certain people anymore. I just can't. They just plus I was never a big Sid fan. I think he's a fucking total dickhead. I think he's too much. I mean, he's a total dick. I'm sorry, he's a fucking dick. I can't listen to him. You know, when Bernie was alive, I would listen to some of it. I was never a big Sid morning. I don't really care about that. The person I listened to the most was Dominic. I listen to sometimes. Although lately he also kind of, you know, I don't want to say he turned his back on him, but you know, and it was kind of fucked up. And then you know, Greg Kelly, I listen to sometimes, but he gets too preachy. With him, it's always the Bible shit. I'm sorry, you know, I'm not against religion, but too much Bible preaching is another way of just annoying me. I get it. You had some fucked up shit in your life in the past, but now you want to preach others about it. I was never into that. You know, and I'll tell you that. When a person comes up to me with all that preachy stuff, I can tell you that guy had a fucked up past. I know a lot of people like that they were like, they found all of a sudden they found religion in prison, or they found religion after, you know, they got caught cheating. You know what I mean? You know how people find religion sometimes is out of, you know, it's not because they, you know. So, and I like, don't preach to me after you did all your shit. You know, you did all your shit. You needed to clean yourself, or whatever you want to call it, and that's it. Fine, but don't preach to me about your shit. And that's what sometimes he does, and I just turn it off. I say, I can't listen to this preaching shit. I'm sorry, I just can't. So lately, the station's been, I just don't listen to it much anymore. I actually haven't been listening to any radio because, you know, I'm gonna say the direction of this country right now, it's divided. It's divided right down the middle. It's really divided. And people haven't learned their lesson. You know, I pray for this president. I pray that he's not going to be alive by the end of his term. Like, somebody's really going to take a shot at him. I hate to say it. You know, I had, and I'm going to say right here, I don't care if people don't like it. I had to put up with 4 years of your president, Biden. I put up with it. I didn't bitch about it. I didn't cry in the streets. I didn't protest every fucking day. You know, and he lost. Yeah, and then you came out with the Kamala. She fucking lost. And if she would have won, I wouldn't. Had she would have won, let me tell you something. Had she would have won, I wouldn't be crying about all that shit. I would have just said, "Well, I'm gonna put up my lawn chair and I'm gonna watch this country disintegrate." That's my man thinking. I'm not gonna be out there crying about it. My life's gonna go on regardless. My life is gonna go on regardless of who's in power. You understand? That's the point. So when I see these people behaving the way they're still behaving, and this guy, you know, you gotta remember something. He has 3 more years, and that's it. You're never gonna see him again. So all you people that are crying about him, it's never gonna end, because the next person, they're gonna cry about him. Because there's something wrong with the inner you, the person in you. Even when he's away 3 years from now, if he lives that long. Because at the rate it's going now, somebody's going to actually do something to him again. And this time they might succeed. Because the language out there is that. The media calls him all these names, all these words, that he's dangerous and all that. Somebody's going to take another shot at him, and this time they're going to, God forbid, they're going to succeed. You know? So all you people that are crying about him, you need to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about you. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck about you. All you people that are crying about him, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go jump go jump into the nearest fucking lake and don't come up. Because I'm sick of you. You understand? I'm fucking sick of you. Because I had to put up with 4 years of your fucking stuttering, fucking mumbling fucking guy shitting on his pants. Biden. And I put up with it. And I didn't fucking go crazy. You know, he let all those fucking people in. You understand? You know, he won. That's it. Okay, he won. Well, that's what the people wanted. There you go. I'm still gonna go about my business. But you fucking people don't know how to fucking act. You don't know how to fucking act. You can accept that he won. That's it. That's it. From day one, since he won, you still can accept it. You know, this is not gonna be forever, folks. 3 years. I'm trying to enjoy it, but I can't enjoy it because it's too exhausting. That's why I can't listen to the radio anymore like I used to. Because it's too exhausting either way. Either they trying to demonize this guy to the point where somebody's going to take a shot at him, I'm telling you. Or this whole shit now with the boats. Oh, why are we blowing up these drug boats and all this shit? Like, you can't, like, these people are insane. Like, they're defending drug dealers now. This is why I don't give a fuck about you guys now. You fucking liberals out there, go fuck yourself. Fuck you, and fuck you. There you go. You understand? I don't give a fuck. You don't have to be my friend. I don't give a fuck. Because you guys, you know, you guys can't fucking reason. You can't reason. You can be reason with these people. You can't. You know, and 3 years from now, if a Democrat wins, you know what? I'm just going to move on. I'm not going to go crazy. You know, if Gavin Newsom wins or whoever fucking wins in 3 years from now, or Kamala wants to run again and whoever, even AOC. If you guys vote for AOC and she wins the presidency, you know what? You deserve what you get. I'm going to sit back and just fucking watch all this shit. Okay, we don't have to write the words here. Please. Okay? Because I'm saying it, I don't want you to type it. Please. But yeah, that's the way I feel. I feel like, you know what? I don't care. I don't care what you guys are crying about. Yeah, please delete it. Thank you. Delete it, please. Because I don't want to get hit with no YouTube algorithm right now. Thank you. You know, I can say it because I'm the boss here. I don't want you to be typing it, please. Yeah, so I'm telling you, I lost my train of thought now. You know, like I said, in 3 years, look, I'm almost expecting a Democrat to win. Somehow they're going to win. Because people, you know, you already see the poll numbers. Oh, he's unfavorable. He's down to 31%, whatever it is. You know, that's when you have the media that hates him, you have the media that hates the guy. You know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I think even the midterms, the minute they win some of the seats on the midterm, they're going to impeach him. They're going to try to impeach him again. So this is really, this year is going to be his last year that he could really do stuff. And then next year, if they take over the House or the Senate, they're going to try to impeach him. and he's not going to be able to do anything else after that. So really, he only has this year left. So when people cry about tariffs and all that and all this stuff, you know, you guys don't understand economics. You really don't understand economics. You don't understand how the world works. You don't understand how the United States has been financing all this stuff. It goes back to World War II. When the United States destroyed Germany and Japan, remember, the United States destroyed the Allies, United States and its allies, but United States, let's just say number one. They destroyed Germany. It was rubble. Japan was in ruins. Who do you think rebuilt those two countries? United States and its allies. So we spent a lot of money on those countries. We built them up to the point where they became economic power. Especially in Japan. Japan was an economic superpower, basically. We built those economies. Okay? And for them to reward us, that's how they reward us, with charging tariffs. They should be kissing our fucking asses. I'm sorry. If you don't like that, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. They should be all kissing our asses for saving them. Okay? And he's the first one in many, many years to say that. To say the things that we wanted to say. Okay? That's why I love this guy. Because he's the voice of people like me. That why are we spending so much money around the world? And even trade. Why we have to spend so much money to trade stuff? And they send us stuff here and we don't charge them anything. Like, how is that fair? You understand? And people get bent out of shape about it, and you don't know fucking economics. You know nothing. You know nothing about economics. So all he wanted was a level playing field. You understand? And that's all he wanted. But of course, people just don't like him for whatever. Listen, I told you many times over, the man, he's narcissistic and all that. I get all that shit. He was, he's an entertainer and all that. Before he ran for office, he was always like that. He hasn't changed that part of him. But we needed somebody like that. Anybody that could at least say, like when the other day when he told that woman, "Are you stupid? Are you stupid?" I love hearing that from him. He's putting them in their place. Because we had them on a pedestal. We had the media on a pedestal. Like, oh my God, they cannot do no wrong. These journalists now, they're not journalists. They're not journalists no more. All they want to do is, gotcha. They just keep asking him really fucking stupid questions. Like when the leader of Saudi Arabia was right next to him, and that fucking reporter had to ask him about 9/11 and all that shit. It's just to embarrass the guy. Like, there's no more decorum with these fucking media, with the reporters. There's no more decorum. They can ask, a question. They gotta be nasty about everything. You understand? And that's why he fucking points it out to them. That these people they're nasty. They're just out to ruin you. That's all it is now. Instead of reporting the news, they're just trying to create the fucking news themselves. People don't understand that. Like, oh, he's the boogeyman. Come on, stop that. Grow the fuck up. Chill out, bro. It's everything else in life. You don't win every time you root for your team. Do they win every game? No. Sometimes your team is gonna lose. In fact, if you're a Jet fan, they lose a lot. If you're a Giant fan, they've been losing a lot lately. And same thing with politics. You're gonna have leaders. I really thought Sliwa would have been a good mayor. If he would have been elected, I think he would have been a good mayor. Considering that he's a high school dropout, he never went to college. But he has a street sense about him. I think he would have been a good mayor, believe it or not. With the right people around him, I think he would have been a good mayor. You understand? But the way they treated him, I was like, wow, you know. And then all of a sudden, everybody rooting for Cuomo. This is the same guy that, what, about 4 or 5 years ago? No, not 4 or 5, more than that. No. Yeah, about 5 years ago. You know, he resigned. He resigned because of all the women that came forward and all that shit. And listen, I'm not naive. Do you think most of them are bullshit? Yeah, I think most of them are bullshit. You know, about the sexual harassment shit. I think most of them are bullshit. They're just trying to get their 15 minutes of fame, or they're trying to get some, they're trying to get some money, out of whatever. That's all it is. I really believe that, and I don't care if people don't think that. That's fine. That's your prerogative. But I think that I'm very skeptical when it comes to that stuff. Bears in the lead would never. Yeah, I know they're doing very well now. Of course, I root for the Packers. I like the Green Bay Packers. So, but I'm not sold on the Packers yet because lately they do have good regular season, and in the playoffs so I'm not sold on the Packers either. So I think the NFL right now is I think there's a lot of parity in the NFL this year. I'm kind of sick of the Chiefs, so I hope they don't make the playoffs. I really hope the Chiefs don't make the playoffs at all, because I'm sick of the Chiefs. Whatever, I'm done with the Chiefs. Yeah, the Patriots. That's another surprise. Patriots are ahead of the AFC East. There you go. So, but yeah, people need to stop crying about this president so much. Just let him do his job. He's probably gonna have one more year at the most, because even the midterm election, if they lose enough seats, they're gonna block him for everything. He's not gonna be able to pass no more bills. Anything. He's not gonna be able to pass anything. So yeah, I'm kind of sick of the Swifties too. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. I am sick of that too. I know last couple of Super Bowls I was rooting for it, but I'm sick of it now. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. You know what I'm really tired of? The Kelce's. I'm really sick of the Kelce family. Travis Kelce, he's gonna marry Taylor Swift. Jason Kelce has a podcast, I believe, with the sister. And I'm gonna say this. I don't care if people are gonna say, "Well, wow, oh, you're not that important either." That's fine. But I've been doing my channel for a while, so you know what? At least I've done it for a while. Next year it'll be 10 years doing this channel. So yeah, I deserve a little respect for that. But Jason Kelce, everybody and their mother's doing podcasting now. I think podcasting is saturated. There's too many. Many years ago, I used to listen to podcasts. I had a few podcasts on my iPod or my MP3 player that I would, I would get the what they call it, RSS. You subscribe to it and you get the update, and then you get the podcast on your device. Now it's just too many. Everybody and their mother has a podcast now, and especially the Kelce's. Like, I don't know what happened. I think America, I don't know. Well, I won't say me, but it seems like America made these people like the first family of football. The Kelce's. It started with the mother Kelce. And then the brother who played for the Eagles, and he retired after the Super Bowl. I believe the Super Bowl. Not the one they won. Well, yeah, did they? Anyway, he retired. And then he started doing a podcast. And it's like, since when we gave a fuck about the Kelce's so much? And that's what happened. Now, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of people talking about the Kelseys. I'm sick of it. And then, of course, I think the sister, Kelsey, she has opinions and she has her own podcast, or it's a podcast with Jason Kelsey. I don't know. I don't listen to any of that. I'm just saying from what I hear on the radio and all this stuff about the Kelseys. So yeah, RRT08. I'm sick of the Swifts, but I'm really sick of the Kelseys. I'm sick of them. I'm really fucking sick of them. So there you go. I can't, I just sick of them. It's like everybody and their mother or father, whatever, wants to do a podcast now. And it's like their opinion is like, their opinion is like go like Haktua. Remember Haktua? Haktua, she came and went, right? She disappeared, right? Now she's hiding because the crypto that she launched went like this, and people want their money. So now they want to sue her and all that. They talking about criminal charges now. She did a rug pull on them in crypto. She got famous and then she did the mistake of launching a crypto. People, if you get famous, don't launch a token. Don't launch your own token, thinking that it's gonna be the next Bitcoin. Because usually what's gonna happen is it's gonna be a scam token. People are gonna put a lot of money in it, and then it's gonna plummet, and you're gonna get blamed for it. You're gonna get blamed for it. And that's what happened to this Haktua now. Now she's hiding. She's hiding. She had a podcast and everything. Like, you got famous for talking about, sucking rooster. Okay, you know the other word for rooster? I'm not gonna say that word, but sucking off a rooster. There you go. And that's the term Haktua. For how to suck off a rooster. There you go. So she got famous for that drunk rant. You're supposed to ride the fame 15 minutes, make a little money, and move the fuck along. That's it. That's what you're supposed to do. I'm taking notes on that because God forbid, if I ever become famous, you're only gonna be famous for really famous, maybe 15 minutes. What they call it, 15 minutes of fame. And then you need to exit, like maybe make some money and then stash it away. Don't spend it either. And then that's it. And then, that's it. And then hopefully later on, people will know you something good, not, but not try to capitalize on things over and over. Like, oh, I'm going to do a podcast because people think I'm so important. I want to hear their opinion about everything. Like, no, we don't want to hear your fucking opinion. Haktua. Or whatever her name was. Something Welch. Last name is Welch. I forgot what was her first name. Something Welch. I don't know. Anyway, so that's the problem. That's the same thing with the Kelseys. The podcast. All of a sudden their opinion is like, and people want to go on on their podcast and talk. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this. So that's what happened with Haktua. And then who else? Who else? Oh, the Island Boys. Remember the Island Boys? Whatever. I don't want to sing it. I don't want to sing it. The Island Boy. Island Girl. Oh my God. You know what happened to those guys, right? One of them is locked up. They were just a meme. Like they really thought they were serious rappers. And then they made a little bit of money. I don't know. I guess they made money through the whatever. I don't know. I don't know how the hell they made their money. And then they were spending that money so fast. And then I think one of them was really doing some serious drugs or something. And then he finally got locked up. I think he's in prison now. One of them is in prison. And they lost everything. All that money they made, they lost it. They're not making anything now. And they're doing Cameo. If you don't know what Cameo is like where famous people go to sell their, like their voice. Like if I want Rudy Giuliani to say, "Oh, Danny Radio and Tech is a great channel," but instead of me saying it, Rudy Giuliani makes a video talking about my channel, and you pay Rudy Giuliani some money, or any famous person. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Rudy Giuliani, but I say any famous people that are on Cameo. That's what Cameo is. Is anybody that's was famous or is famous, and you could pay them to do an endorsement for you. So I could have like whoever's on Cameo. I don't know anybody. So I guess they were doing Cameo. Like anybody's gonna pay for them to. I'm gonna pay for them to say my channel. You know. I mean, what is he gonna do? Sing about my channel? You know. I'm an island boy with a radio. Like I said, can you sing? Can you make a song about my channel? Yeah, exactly. It's like that. It's a shout out. That's what it's called, a shout out. There you go. It's like a shout out. Yeah, it's a shout out. There you go. That's what it basically is. It's like that guy. What's his name? Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, like Mr. Wonderful. He has Cameo also, so he can say, oh, he comes out seriously with his suit and all that. Mr. Wonderful. Oh, would you like to, Kevin O'Leary, would you like to invest in Danny Radio and Tech token? Oh, and it can go 1,000% high. And you can make a fortune. Oh, yeah, Yeah, he does Cameo. Because he said it. And then he said, yeah, I have a Cameo. There's a lot of people that have Cameo. Yeah. Tasso asked me if there's any plans for today. Oh, after this, I'm just gonna relax today. I'm gonna pick up here because I wanted to set up this area for the but I want to see what my wife is gonna do. She needs a helping hand upstairs too with the stuff. So I'll be up and down today. I'm gonna just clean up. I may even be back tomorrow. I'll maybe stream tomorrow. I'm trying to get back into the swing of things about streaming. I'm trying to find my because it's been a while since I streamed, and then now, especially now that the kitchen is done, so now the next thing is the I have to work on the bathroom. I got to demo the bathroom and all that, but I'm gonna take my time with that. But I may be back tomorrow. I don't know, or even tonight. Maybe late tonight. I'll be back. I don't know. Let me see. So yeah, we'll see what this weekend. Right now it's 12:48, so I've been on for 4 hours 36 minutes. Nice. It's gonna be nice hours adding to the watch hours. I need that. I need to recover all these watch hours. Yeah, nice. That's good. I'm gobbling up these hours now. That's good. Maybe I should just leave the stream on, go upstairs, and leave it running, and play some radio stuff. Let it play radio. No, but I'll probably do something. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'll come back tonight. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Chico B Radio and the 6'7" kid made a crypto. A lot of people made the cryptos. Even Trump family has a crypto, which I don't even bother with that. I would never buy that. You know, like there's some things that I would just not buy. I don't care. You know, whether he's my president, I don't care. There's some things I wouldn't buy. I'm not gonna buy like his shoes. I wouldn't buy his shoes. I don't have a hat. I don't wear those. I don't wear the MAGA hat. I don't wear any of that because I don't want to get into. My brother has one, and I asked him, "Do you wear that? Have you ever worn it outside?" He wouldn't wear that outside right now. I wouldn't wear it outside, only because the minute you wear it outside, there's gonna be somebody that's gonna want to mess with you. So I don't need that. I don't need that in my life. Mm-mm. So I just, yeah, I voted for him, and that's it. That's it. I don't care. People around here probably know that I voted for him, but that's it. I don't have a flag out there with him because you know what? It's not worth the aggravation that people are gonna try to do to you. And if you're gonna call me a coward on that, you know what? I'm a coward. That's it. The hell with it. But the minute I wear the hat, I go out there, forget it. Somebody's gonna, somebody. This neighborhood. Oh yeah, somebody's gonna mess with you. That's it, and it's not worth the hassle. I get the last laugh because he's a president. That's the biggest laugh I get. I don't need to wear a hat for that. I don't need to glow people about the hat. I can just say, yeah, who's your daddy? Well, there you go. He's in the White House right now. That's it. That's what I do. Tassel, yeah, pay Mr. Beast for a shout out. Yeah, that's what it is. Cameo is basically a shout out. You're paying for a shout out. I know Kevin O'Leary has it. He mentioned it. I never heard of Cameo until Giuliani. I know he's on Cameo. There's a lot of famous people on Cameo, and some of it are not so famous. They're trying to be relevant. But yeah, Cameo, so you can pay somebody. Can you make a commercial about my channel? And yeah, you pay them whatever. They could make like a 1-minute video about talking about your channel. And then you upload that and people say, "Ooh, Mom, Kevin O'Leary recommended Danny Radio and Tech." He said it's a very informative channel. Some stupid channel though. Oh my God. Yeah, that guy with the radios. Then this chat will really go insane. I don't think that's gonna happen. The most I got in here was during Anthony Cumia shows, and that was, I think I hit 20s in the 20s. For this channel to have like more than 20 people, there's a few things I can do, but at this point now, I don't know if I want to do it because YouTube is going crazy with the ads. I was watching a video the other day about YouTube, and I hope YouTube is not. If YouTube takes down this video or ban it, it's going to be because of this topic I'm going to talk about now. YouTube is out of control with the ads now. By the way, now when I do a live stream, I don't control the ads no more. There was a point where I could put no ads. I don't want no ads on my live stream. That's gone. There's no more. There's not, that option is not there. Every video gets ads. That's it. Whether you like it or not. And by the way, if you put an ad blocker, YouTube is now blocking ad blockers. By the way, if you don't want ads, get YouTube Premium. It's like $10 a month. I don't know what the hell it is. I don't have it because I usually skip the ad. But sometimes you still gotta wait. Sometimes now they force you to watch at least 2 or 3 videos before you can even skip the ad. It's really aggressive now. The ads now are very aggressive now. Like YouTube is really trying to make money. I mean, they don't forget about it. So because especially on I think especially on TV, when you're watching on the TV, oh my God, they got ads. You can't skip it. You have to watch an ad watch another ad, then skip the third ad to skip to another small ad, and sometimes they play 3 small ads in a row. Boom, boom, boom. That's it, and you can't even skip it. I got in many types of ads that I got in some that you can't skip. Like one ad after another ad after another. Basically, like at least 2 minutes of little ads that you can't skip. So YouTube is really aggressive with the ads. And that's why, I was at the point where, man, I should just look for another. But there's no other medium that's as big as YouTube. Yeah, even Amazon, exactly. Yeah, Amazon too, exactly. And it's worse on some of those free services, like Tubi. My wife watches a lot of Tubi. Tubi, like movies. Those ads, they're literally good 3 minutes. One commercial, another commercial, up to 4 commercials. Amazon too, right? Sometimes up to 4 ads in a row. I believe I've seen up to 4 ads. One ad after another ad after another ad and then go back to the programming. I seen it. So it's happening here too. I got in 3 ads in a row, and then you finally get a little skip option, and it only skips to another little one that gives you a few more seconds to skip. And if you don't pay attention to that one can go long. So you got to be on your toes. And then I was watching a video, and then even ad blockers. If you have an ad block and YouTube detects it, it'll tell you cannot watch this content because you have an ad blocker. Please remove your ad blocker. YouTube now detects ad blockers. So if you think you slick with ad blockers, they're cracking down on that too. Yeah. Let me read some of the stuff. Yeah, Kevin O'Leary. Yes, the Shark Tank. RRT08, Danny comes out with a sports drink. It's over. Yeah, right. Sports drink. Hello, Art Dodd. 2932 from New Jersey. Art. Kilo 2 Alpha Delta Charlie. K2 ADC. Good to see you, my friend Art Dodd. Art. RRT08, yes, Amazon starting advertising with Prime was not good. Yeah, they all doing it. And it's only gonna get. They're all gonna do it's happening everywhere. Because that's where the money is at. Money's in advertising. That's how I make my money here. Right now, so far, even though I haven't been live streaming, I still get money with the ads. Right now, I'm up to $82. So I'm trying to break the $100 threshold, and I'll get that money in January. Not here. It'll come in January. But yeah, advertising, the ads. So please don't use an ad blocker because that's every little cent helps out the channel. That Commodore, that was with the donations. The little Commodore Mini that I played the game, that's donations. That's YouTube money. So, but I know lately hopefully my hours don't go below to a point where I get demonetized. If I get demonetized, to be honest, if I get demonetized on this channel, it'll probably be in this channel. I'll move on to another channel and blow that one up. That's it. If this channel has to sustain, even if I don't update, even if I don't do a video every so often, I believe this channel has enough content that it should sustain a certain amount of traffic. And if they cannot sustain that much traffic, then it's not worth continuing this channel. It's time to move on to another channel. And I'm at that point. I'm very close to that point. That's why I renamed the channel, and that's why today I play the game here. So I don't do things like that, It's not dramatic, but at least I played the game for the third hour, was it, or the second hour? I played a game, and that's it. We talked about everything. We talked about radio. We talked about other stuff. We talked about We even got into. I mentioned I won't. I talked about politics for a few minutes. I know some people don't like to talk about it, but I don't care. That's their channel, not my channel. I talk about what I want to talk about. It's stuff that happens in. See, some people put blinders on. They want to pretend that the world is perfect, and with their little friends, they want to pretend like the world is perfect with their little radio friends, and they live in a bubble. No, that's not the way I do here. My world is real. We live in a real world. We don't live in a bubble. You people on another channel, since you're all suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, that's your bubble. That's your bubble. You understand? It's sad that you live in that bubble. Instead of being open-minded, that not everybody agrees with you. You're not supposed to agree with everybody. There's things that you like that I don't like. And there's things that I like that you don't like. That's fine. But when somebody goes on your channel and you bash them, you haven't changed. And that's what happened. Some people haven't changed. They haven't changed. And, it gets old. You give people too many chances. You send the olive branch, and they live in that bubble. They just refuse to, That's why, look, I've been out for 4 hours and 49 minutes on a Saturday morning/afternoon. What I had to drink with? Water. I don't like to come on here tanked up, drinking and all that. Every time you do a live stream, you have to drink. I'm not naming names. You know who they are. And then you're going to bash people that come into your live stream. You haven't changed. You haven't changed. So I'm done with that. Last live stream I went to was a couple of weeks ago, and that's it. I'm done with that. I give people one more chance, and then I say, I'm done with it. I'm done with that. I'm done with the whole, some people are not going to change. Some people, I think what happens, some people get to a certain number of subs, and they just don't. They forget the people that help you to get there. And now they have a new set of followers, that, they suck up to him. And you forgot the people that got you there. You forgot when you was at 1,000 subs, who was there. When your channel was at the beginning, you forgot the ones that were there all day or hours at a time on your live stream. You forgot about those people. You forgot about them. That's what happened. And remember, some of those people became successful channels of their own, including myself, and I don't know if that really rubbed the person the wrong way. If he's threatened by it, I don't know why you would be threatened by it. I don't understand that. There's plenty of channels that were a lot smaller than my channel, and they're a lot bigger now. And you know what? I wish them nothing but happiness. And I'm going to tell you something. Every single one of them, their head got too big. Because they're not here now. They're not here. They haven't been here for months. And some of them never been here. Some of them never made an appearance on my channel. All right? Even though I've been a mod on their channel, even though I I donated to the channel, you know, never made an appearance on this channel. So what that tells you? It tells you all you need to know. The guy never liked me, or the guy was threatened by me, you know. And it's sad because I never thought about that about anybody here, because I have my own routine. I have my own shtick. As you can see, this is my own thing. I'm not emulating nobody. I never emulated nobody. I have my own delivery. I got my own style. Whatever, you know, I honed in on what I got. I put in the work on what I got. You understand? You know, and it's sad that some people are just like, they get threatened by it. I don't know why. I don't know what's the case. They get threatened by stuff like that. I don't understand that. Like, in our culture as a Hispanic, we're supposed to help each other to move ahead. But in this community, I don't see that. I don't see that in YouTube. Especially in this niche. I don't see that. I have very few people that, have looked out for me and I looked out for them. But when they get to a certain number, forget about you. But they instead of saying, you know what, let me help him out. He's not. You know what I'm saying? I'm at 47,000, or I'm at I'm at 200,000. Let me bless this guy. Let me make an appearance on his channel. Or maybe, how about, or better yet, let me collaborate with this kid. Nothing. Nothing. So I know they don't want to see me succeed. They really don't. They don't want to see me succeed. I really believe that. And that sounds narcissistic, then go ahead, call me a narcissist, bro. But I really believe that. I believe there's a few channels out here that they know who I am. They don't want to see me succeed. They don't want to see it because they disappeared. They were regulars. They were regular commenters. They were regular way before my live stream. I'm not even talking about my live stream. I'm talking about before I started live streaming. Nowhere to be found. Nowhere. They won't even step on this chat right now. I'm cool with that because you know what? I expect it. I really. Let me tell you something. There's a few. I'm gonna say one more thing, and then I'll end that topic. There's a few people that I really looked up to, that I followed. They disappointed me. They really like all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. They just changed. I don't know what it cannot be because of one president. I'm sorry. If it's because of one president, then you're sad. If you let politics get involved because of that, then you're sad. And I think some of it is that. I think that when I came out and said who I support, they were like, wow, he's anti this. No, I'm not anti anything, bro. I'm not anti anything. But I think that was a turning point for some people. They were like, because some people really can't handle that. They cannot handle that. I support someone that half of this country really doesn't like. That's it. And that they'd rather lose a friendship then have to, then have to deal with people asking them stupid shit. Like, bro, I don't care if you're liberal. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're an immigrant. I don't give a fuck about all that shit. My thing is about values, about respect, about, about, even your ideology, to a certain point. But, come on. But when they shun me the way they do, man, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad to see that. It's sad to see that some people really, just because of one person, they'll they'll shun you. That's it, whatever, and that's fine. I don't care. I built this channel from nothing, man. Come on. It ain't gonna. You think now I'm about to hit 10-year anniversary? You think I give a fuck now? I don't. But I'm gonna say it opened my eyes to and some of them, to be honest, I really and I still do, I still do respect their body of work. But as a person, yeah, I lost respect for that. As an individual, as somebody that I wanted to meet, now I don't want to meet them. There was a time where I wanted to meet them face to face and, sit down and have a beer and whatever, be friends, whatever, that type of thing. Now forget it. Nah, that's not the case now. Yeah. RT0, you have many how-to videos that help a lot of people. Exactly, that's another thing. Channels that are way bigger than me, they don't have how-to videos like mine. They don't have. The ones that are way up, they don't have no the firmware. I did 3 videos on the firmware of the SI4732. I did 3 of them. They're all great videos. They all got wonderful comments, bunch of likes on it. They all doing good. Everything positive from them. Just like I'm going to make a video on how to set up the FMDX web server. At some point, I'm going to produce that video and make it myself. So, Mr. Radio, KP3L. The people coming close when they need something after they get. Yeah, I think that too. Exactly. Thank you for that. That's excellent. Exactly. I think and not only here but in life, I knew a few people in my life that they were down and out, not only financially but spiritually. No confidence, overweight, and I would hang out with him, and he always wanted to hang out with me, and I was, at that time, I was in good shape. I was not the way I am now. I'm 270 pounds now. But I was, walking miles and jogging and all that. I was like, 185, 190. No body fat, basically. And, he would walk around with me, and I motivated him to walk, and then he started jogging. The man lost probably about 100 pounds. And then to the point that I motivated him to join the police, the New York City Police. He went on and joined the police force. He has a career. I don't know. I think he retired now. The minute he became a police officer, the minute he went into the academy, the man never spoke to me again. The man never thanked me for everything I did for him. Nothing. I changed his life. The man was basically, no love life, no money, no ambition, working at a retail job. Nothing wrong with that, but when you're in your 20s, male, and you're working in a retail job, that's not achieving much. I changed the man's life because he crossed paths with me and I motivated him. But the minute he got what he wanted, a steady job, a financial security. And what I mean by that is, he's gonna have his pension when he retires. He's gonna have all that stuff. A New York City police officer, if you do overtime, I know his case. He said it. He made over 100 easily a year, 100,000. All the overtime and all that, he made 100,000. I never had a job that paid even 50, if I recall. I don't think I really made, But yeah, $100,000 a year job, benefits and all that shit. The man never thanked me. That man never told me, Danny, oh my God, I changed my life changed because of you. I never had people. And I've done that many times over. He's not the only one. I've done that. And that's why, you're right. People always come close to you when they need shit, when they need something, And then once they get what they need, you're disposable. You're like, okay, well, I don't need you now. And the worst thing is they don't even thank you. That's the really part. Whether you need me or not afterwards, I'm, whatever. But the fact that you even thank me, that's the part that really, it does bother me. It does bother me. I think only one guy and all the people that I ever helped, only one guy, actually two guys, thanked me. One of them, he was a kid. He was when I first started my computer career and all that, he was a young kid. At that time, he was like 14, and he didn't know what to do with his life. And he would hang out with me, and he learned how to write code and all that. And eventually, he found something that he really liked, which was, programming and all that, and running web servers and all that. He wound up making a lot of money running sites and all that. He was making like, he would show me his checks, $10,000, single check, $10,000 check that he made from ads, from websites. He would say, Danny, look, oh man, I'm proud. And I never made that much. He made it. He did it. He took it to the next level. Because, my priorities were different. He was all in on it. And, me, I have a family and all that. But anyway, he would show me a check. I would look at his statements. I see $14,000, $15,000 and all that, like in a month. You know what kind of money is that? $15,000 a month. I'm like, man, this kid is like a wonder boy. I unleashed that on him. He's like, and one day he was crying. One day he said, Danny, and he had a couple of drinks, but he was like, Danny, I love you, man. You changed my life. He gave me a hug and all that. I was like, I think about it now, I get choked up. And I don't know where he's at now, but I know if he wouldn't have met me, I know what route he was going to go through. He would have wound up selling drugs. And he didn't do that because of what he learned from me. He learned, I'm going to learn this skill. And I don't know if he went to college later. I don't think he even needed to go to college because he learned a lot. And, so, but if he wouldn't have crossed paths with me, I know where he was going because you could see it that he was going to follow the people in the neighborhood at the time. And most of them were selling drugs. I was the only person that he knew in his life that didn't sell drugs. And, and I remember when he got his first check, it was like a $100 check from a sponsor. And I was like, and he said, Danny, look, oh my God, I made this. I said, and he was like, I did this from just putting up a website. I said, no, you didn't do that. But you did that because you put in the work to make something out of nothing. And I'm thinking about it. I said, this is your business now. And he was like, you know what? You're right. And I said, you need to treat it like a business. It's not, whatever. And, to the point where he blew by me and he started making $15,000 a month. I never made that much. The most I made on online, remember, it was like 3,000 to 4,000 in a month, maybe. He was making $15,000. I was like, damn. I was like, the student became, I was the teacher, he's a student. All of a sudden, he's blowing me away. But I was proud of him. And then he acknowledged me. He said, Dad, and this is because of you. And he was crying, hugging me. A couple of years after that, he was still young. He was still like 17, 18 years old. He was crying. He said, you changed my life forever. And I was like, oh, hey, I'm glad. I think about it, I get choked up. And then the other guy happens to be his cousin. Another one in his case, people used to pick on him around the neighborhood. And I would tell him, I said, why you let people pick on you? Why you always, And then sometimes he would want to hang out with them to go smoke weed or whatever. And I would tell him, listen, and he was kind of conflicted about, should I be a geek or should I follow these guys? And I told him, I said, listen, and he knew me because I was already going to school and all that. And I was always a geek. I was always the neighborhood geek. Even though I still kick people's ass, but I was also the neighborhood geek. You understand? I wasn't a soft geek. I wasn't a geek that you're going to come up to me and pick on me. No, I was not that geek. I was like a Renaissance man, if you want to call it a Renaissance man. You know what a Renaissance man is? It's a person that, you ever heard of the term smart jock? Like a football player, but he gets 4.0 on his grades. That's me. I was a smart jock. So he came to me and said, and I told him, listen, Weez, all these people right here that are hanging in the park today, 5 years from now, guess where they're going to be at? They're going to be hanging in that park. You, by going to school now, 5 years from now, you're going to have your degree and you're going to have more options in your life. You're going to make more money than these people are going to make in their lifetime. And you're going to have a beautiful family. In about 10 more years, you're going to have a beautiful family. You're going to have beautiful kids and living in a nice neighborhood somewhere else. And that's what happened. He stopped hanging out with them because they used to always diss him too. Oh, because he's going to school. And, people try to make like me, like I would go to school in the summertime. Oh, there he goes, going to school, the geek, whatever. While they're out there smoking weed and all that and drinking. And I would not say, I would say, yeah, bye-bye. I would go to school at night, and I was going to school. While everybody was out there partying during the summer, especially summer school. Everybody's out there partying in the summertime. I was in class. Because I didn't live in that moment. I was looking ahead. To, okay, you guys are having fun now. But in 5 years from now, I'll be making this much money and I'll be doing well. Even if it's not even about the money. I'm at this path and you guys are in no path. They're in no path. Well, some of them were in the other path, the drug selling path. And then what happened? 5 years later, most of the crew that was there were locked up. The block dramatically changed. All the people that were there, they used to hang out, they were all locked up. And I was the guy that was, finished school and I was working and I would come to the block and there was a bunch of new people there. And I was the old timer that was still in the block because all the other old timers, what happened to them? Either some of them died out. In other words, either they got killed or they're in prison. And that's what happened. Fast forward 5 years later, 6 years later, 10 years later, they all, most of them, some of them got locked up. Right after they got locked up, they got deported because some of them were, immigrant. They weren't, citizens. Some of them were, let me say, not illegal, but even if you're what they call that, green card. I don't know. I'm not familiar because I'm a citizen. But yeah, even if you're not a citizen and you get convicted of a felony, depending on the felony, they can still deport you. And that's what they did. They deported all of them. They all got deported right back to the Dominican Republic. So, wow, it was there goes the geek guy or the dorky guy or whatever, or Mr. Future Banker, and they would walk around with their wads of hundreds, mocking me like, oh, you're never gonna make this much doing that. That's for suckers. You understand? I just, chug along to school. You ever heard of that? You know that story about the hare and the turtle, right? Who wins the race? The hare is the rabbit. He racing against the turtle. Who wins the race? Well, the story goes that the turtle actually wins the race. Why? Because he's going steady. He's consistent. He doesn't get distracted. He knows where he's going. Meanwhile, the hare is whatever, all over the place. He's running too fast. He's going to run out of breath. Then he's going to collapse. He's going to try to blow up too fast. That's what happened to all of them, by the way. They all try to blow up too fast. They all made a little, they all make a little drug money. And then all suddenly they wanted to be the next Pablo Escobar. And then they try to go from here to here. And then that's when they all got caught. First they were sending a few bags. And then before you know it, they got caught with a truckload. Yeah, literally. With a truckload. And that put them away. And said, ooh, what if you put all this money together and get a truckload? Now we're gonna sell this truckload. But the irony about the truckload was the truck backed into a police cruiser. True story. The truckload full of dope backed into a police cruiser. How's the irony about that? Check that irony. It couldn't back up to any other vehicle but a police cruiser. And then they had to open up the truck. And whoa, look what we found! We hit pay dirt. That's a true story. That's what happened. And then they all felt like dominoes. So I learned, man. I learned about all that. I learned that, sometimes you just got to be humble. Keep going, keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing. Don't get distracted by the flash in the pan. Don't get distracted by the Mr. 75,000 sub guy here. Yeah, don't get distracted by, Mr. 250,000 sub guy here. They all, they don't even know who you are now. You're like, oh, okay, yeah, kiss the ring, whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. James Farley, hello again. I went out to the store. Are you going to be up? I'm going to try to be up tomorrow. I'm going to try to be on tomorrow. I may even try to be on tonight because I want to gobble up some hours. I got some downtime this week. Anyway, I'm going to log off now. I just say thank you, everybody, for watching. Let me just read a couple of more comments, and I'm going to wrap it up. 5 hours is a good, nice, long stream. I'm going to go eat some food, and I'm going to relax. Yeah. Yeah, Danny's motivational channel. Yeah, it was meant to be. Believe me. God was watching over me. God, he still watches over me, but God definitely watched over me. Because anytime I could have gave into that temptation. Anytime I could have said, you know what, I'm tired of busting my ass. You know, I want some of that money that they're making. I want a BMW. By the time I'm 21 years old, I want to have a BMW. I want to have a thick ass gold chain that costs more than somebody's more than the average person's salary. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care about all that. I didn't care about all that. You know, and a lot of it goes back to just the reason they do that is just for women. It's just to try to get women. That's what it all comes down to. You want to make all this money and flash and all that just to impress women. It's like a circle. It's like a vicious circle. So yeah. RT08. Oh, you're talking to James. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you don't go to Sam's Club? No, I go to Sam's Club. I have Sam's Club. Over here, we have Sam's Club. We have Costco. And we have BJ's. We have several BJ's. We have a couple of them here, BJ's. So they're all good. You know, they all have their plus and minuses. So, yeah. Anyway, everybody, thank you for watching. I will see you on the next one. Enjoy the rest of the day. And take care. Have a great day. And love you all. Take care. Bye-bye.